in the lore, this is basically tanks destroyed by an airstrike. As you can see, we do have some aircraft flying overhead, although I think these are Lancasters, which Australia didn't themselves fly. No, sorry, that's not true. They didn't themselves own, but they did fly them because there were a fair number of Australian airmen in the RAF. But anyway, yeah, I'm actually really excited to show this. I'll admit I haven't seen the movie, I just know it from reference on another show. Oh, Faceless, you need to see it. Like, Crocodile Dundee, even now, really holds up. It's a good film. I'd highly recommend it. There's two of them. There's the one where they are in Australia, and then I think there's a... Or is that all part of the same one? No, because they go to the US as well in the... Yeah, I think they do both Australia and the US in the same film. I kept on thinking there were two, but I don't think there are, actually. Countdown to the big 5-year badge is well on the way. On a happier note, to see that Mordred has gotten the Kareth gremlins out of his system. Discord and all. Wonder if he forgot his tea. Nope. They go to New York. Yeah. But I think that is in the first film. I was always two, but like I said, I did watch it, and yeah, it isn't. Anyway, cool little bit of feedback on the game there. We're going to do a new game. As you can see, like, all of my save games are going to be Australia. But we're going to do a new game, 1936. And we're going to have to go to Oceania, because I may have played this country once or twice recently, possibly. Australians earned their place in the history books of the Great War in blood. The sacrifices made in the Gallipoli campaign have not been forgotten, and neither were those who ordered it. Australia now stands at a crossroads. Should she stay on with her colonial master, about to be drawn into yet another conflict in distant Europe, or should the focus be on the threats that are appearing closer to home? We start out with poor population growth, which is monthly pop down, Great Depression, which is lots of industrial badness, and then the Citizen Army. More about them a little bit later. I think we're just going to make sure historical mode is on. I'm not going to change any of the other settings. And we'll just play. There were 3 CD movies. First one's by far the best. I did think there were at least one other. I just don't remember being able to find it. Maybe I just didn't look that hard. That's also possible. Alright, so. National focuses. We have got the political branches here. The fascists over on the left, where you can go with Australia first. Then you have a choice between Adela Pankhurst Walsh and the ultra-imperialist path. This one you are staying with Britain, and you're expanding the British Empire, whether the British want it or not. So this is basically going after the French, because that is the right thing to do. Or you can go with Stevenson, although I've heard people calling him Stephenson. I don't know whether it's Stephen or Stephen. I'm going to say Stephen. And then this is the more Germany-aligned path, with some working with the Japanese as well. So yeah, you have the very, very pro-British, or the leaving the British and joining the Axis, and then some stuff here in the centre that supports both. Then we have War is Coming. This is the democratic system with the democratic elections mechanic that is built into this, and part of this is you have a choice between the UAP. I'm trying desperately to remember what that actually stands for. What does it stand for? Don't we write that somewhere? Yes, it should be here. Oh, United Australia Party, that was it. Or you have the ALP, which is the Australian Labour Party. Union of Australia. Yeah, see, I didn't think it was Union, but it's United Australia Party. Or you've got the Australian Labour Party. These guys, the UAP, want to stick with Britain. They are very loyalist, actually fighting with Britain as opposed to just trying to embiggen the empire. Whereas Labour wants independence, but they'll do it peacefully. They'll do it through referendums and that type of thing. So you have the choice there. And every time that there is an election, you basically unlock another of these little clusters. So you start out being able to do these, then you have the first election, which is in like a year or something like that, maybe 2. And then you can do either Solidarity by the Empire if the UAP win, or No Foreign Battlefields if the ALP win. And then the next election, again, you can choose between the two, and that'll unlock the next piece in this chain. Anything that you have already unlocked remains unlocked. So even if you switch parties to in the next election, you still have access to the cluster that you unlocked previously. Furthermore, once you have an election, you can declare a national unity government if you're at war. And this basically means that both parties win. So you get clusters from both sides. And then once you hit the end, if the UAP have won 3 times, then you can do ultimate overseas duty. If the ALP have won 3 times, then you can bring on the giant. Ultimate overseas duty is the very pro-British, but you're getting some stuff out of them. Also, this kind of follows the path of... There was a rumour that Robert Menzies was going to be made the British Prime Minister at one point, because he was incredibly popular in both Britain and also Australia, which is what this is. So basically the change of authority, which puts you in charge of the Allies, is because you've basically taken over the British government as well. But you're still playing independently as Australia. Importantly, this is not a union. But, you know, they give you some perks, because your boss man is also their boss man. Bring on the Giants, as you may guess, is aligning a lot more closely to the United States rather than Britain. You've kind of realised that most of the dangers are Pacific orientated, and the British are stretched thin as it is. So they're just not going to be able to protect you as much as you would like. So this is going more towards the American side. Pleading Britain is if the last party that won was the Labour Party, I believe. Yeah, if Curtin's in charge. Then you can plead with Britain for more equipment. This is the historical path. Or if you're inevitably independent, if Menzies won, then you can go for independence down this path here. So those are the different democratic options for this playthrough. I might actually hold an actual election through Twitch. I think that might be a good idea to do this. Yes. Yes, I think I will. Okay, and then you have this little branch here that you may have thought that I've forgotten about, but no, I haven't. This is the shared industrial branch between the fascists and the Democrats. The communists have their own. I will play that at a future date because I really like that path. So the public works, you have the choice between the Lang Plan, which is your more pro-industry, building lots of factories, that type of thing, or you can do the exports for economic recovery, which is all about extracting as many resources out of Australia as you possibly can and then selling them and getting factories that way. Lang Plan tends to be more of an early game thing. So if you really like your snowball, or if you're planning to be more aggressive early on or something like that, then Lang Plan is the way to go. Exports for economic recovery can become extremely powerful later on. And also I would say if you're doing Navy. Navy tends to be very, very steel hungry, and being able to get within reach with the exports for economic recovery, which means you can tap into the Pilbara region. Unlimited steel. There are no limits. You can get as much steel as you got political power for. And the cost doesn't increase. It's just, I think, 25 political power each time you do the decision. It can add up. It can add up really, really hard, especially if you get the Broken Hill Proprietary Company. This upgrades it to be a plus 20% resource gain efficiency, plus Essington Lewis adds another 15%. You can kind of see where this is going. There's a lot of steel in Australia, turns out. And then we've got the communist paths. So the communist political path is mostly about sparking the trade unions into resistance against the government, and this can spark off some strikes. And as long as a strike is ongoing, you can do the economic branch. So this little cluster here is the early industrial branch. If you're striking, you can do this, and you basically can start strikes off, and every time you complete one of these focuses, the strike ends, because you've got your reform, and then you have to spark off another one. Or if you're communist, you can just do these anyway. And then once you are communist, you can abolish private property, which will allow you to nationalize your government, a very communist thing to do. Once you begin nationalisation, it is an extremely painful focus to have in. It gives you minus 30%, sorry, not focus, national spirit. It gives you minus 30% factory output and 30% dockyard output. But while it is active, you can do any of these focuses, and these focuses are very, very nice. But once you get to the Publics Australia and you do that, nationalisation ends, and the rest of this focus branch is then locked. So you can only do these focuses while you're nationalising. So it's kind of up to you. How long do I stick with the nationalisation? Or do I want to get rid of nationalisation very, very quickly in order to get rid of those penalties? Like short-term, long-term decisions again. And it's kind of a build your own economy almost. And some of these, like the extra research slot, that's a 6th slot. 6. Australia's one of the few. And only if you're communist. Okay, so then on this side you have part with the colonizer, this getting rid of Britain, forming your own faction, which make a common cause. And I've had people saying, it's a spelling error. No, it's not. It's entirely intended. The Commonwealth. You know, Comintern, Commonwealth. Together. Commonwealth. So you have your own faction. You can invite former members of the Commonwealth into it. And spark basically civil wars. You infiltrate their government, it starts a civil war. If the communists win that civil war, then they become your puppet. You can do this in New Zealand, Burma, Malaya, and eventually, if you've done those three, India. So you can basically build up your own faction like that. And then if you go down this right-hand side, join the Comintern. Ignore that tooltip, it's wrong. That's being updated in a upcoming patch. This will actually merge the Commonwealth with the Comintern, forming one giant faction. So anyone that you've managed to persuade to join the Commonwealth will then join the Comintern. And so the communists can really spark up and become a really big faction if you do this. Then down this side, this is your anti-Britain path. We know that, turns out, Australia, here, Britain, here. How the hell can you ever strike at them? Northern Ireland. You can get the dock workers in Belfast to rise up and then basically give you access, which will allow you easier way to attack Britain. But wait, there's more. If you do the Out of the Den focus, this one, you can start a dock worker strike in Liverpool, which will give you a tiny little army in Liverpool and basically a very minor window of opportunity to put troops across from Belfast into Liverpool and begin the naval invasion of Britain that way. So you can actually try to flip Britain through more direct means, shall we say. Okay, so that is the communist stuff. Then we've got Populate or Perish. So Australia starts out with the minus 10% monthly population penalty, poor population growth. You can get rid of that with Populate or Perish and then start getting a little recruitable population and also weekly manpower, because throughout this entire thing, manpower is going to be a constant struggle. Trust me, it gets bad. So Populate or Perish, this entire branch is basically about getting extra manpower to get as many troops in the field as you possibly can if you are doing a more manpower intensive playthrough. This is also talking about Aboriginal rights and Aboriginal affairs and basically how you handle that situation, and also gives you access to units like the Torres Strait Battalion, which are 3 Marines. These are actually Marine units. And the Northern Territory Reconnaissance Unit, which is a support, what are they called? Division support, which will give you recon, because it's a recon unit, and then also bonuses fighting in jungles, forests, hills, anything you see in Southeast Asia, basically. And then Diverse Army is quite nice because it will give you 5% non-core manpower. So if you've been expansionist and you've taken over, for example, Dutch East Indies, this can be really quite nice. Then we've got the Australian military forces. This is the army branch, and this is all about building up the Australian army. And what we try to do with this is give Australia the feeling of being a support. You know what I haven't done? I haven't actually opened up YouTube chat. Give me just a second. I haven't forgotten about you. Come on. I know the stream's live. Yes. Well, shit. They've changed the way that advertising works. I can't just activate it now. I have to do it post-stream. That's irritating. Wait, does that mean you just don't get adverts during streams? What the hell's the point of streaming on YouTube then? That seems weird. Huh. Something's changed and I don't like it. Alright, let me just bring up the chat. Pop that chat. Okay, I am now seeing you as well, YouTube. Sorry about that. Do you know if they fixed naval targeting and carrier sortie stance issues? I don't know what those issues were, so I don't know. But the one that's been working on that type of thing more is Veerbaum. That's game design, rather than content, which I am. But I think the naval targeting has been. I remember there was a fairly hefty patch note as part of the anniversary patch, which I think fixed that. Anyway, where was I? I was talking, right, the Australian military forces. So we wanted to give the feeling of Australia being more of a support company rather than... support country, rather than someone who's just a major player in any one particular theatre. Instead, they can deploy small units of men because of their manpower constraints, but have a real impact wherever those guys are. And to do this, we've added the modifier, which is the attack on non-core territory, which you start negatively because the Australian army at the start of the war was a citizen army, and under Australian law, troops in the citizen army, or the militia as they referred to it, could not serve overseas. They could only serve in Australia, and this is the way that we have reflected that. However, you can get those laws changed, so invoking the 1903 Defence Act, for example, permanent military forces, and then ultimately the Volunteer Defence Corps, you can start to swing the balance, having some units from the militia activated as regular army, and then also ultimately the 2nd Australian Imperial Force, which was the actual overseas units that they raised. So World War One was the 1st Australian Imperial Force, World War Two is the 2nd Australian Imperial Force, and this is where you can really start to see the division attack on core territory starting to swing the opposite way. So rather than being bad overseas, you actually become very, very good overseas. And this is doubled down with the expeditionary leaders, which is a new trait that we've added. You start with a singular expeditionary leader, which is this guy Ivan McKay. And as you can see, as a trait, he's just got plus 15% attack and defense and non-core. So that goes a long way to countering the citizen army that you start with. So you can basically use this guy early on. However, it will limit the size of the army. So he can only command 6 divisions rather than the usual 24 to kind of counteract that, this being quite a powerful modifier. You can make them into field marshals. That is not blocked. However, as a field marshal, he will be able to command 1 army. Not 5, 1. However, it should be said that the guild staff or an expert delegator are still available. So you can make them bigger if you want, if you get those traits. But you will get quite a few of those, particularly if you're democratic. I think you get the most if you go down the UAP path. But you do also get some down the ALP. The other little mechanic is you might see this little dude standing here. That's because you cannot actually go up in conscription law without completing some of these, the so-called political will. And what this does is you will be limited in your conscription law. So you can see here, limited conscription, X, political will. For more conscription, look for the manpower icon on the focuses. So you cannot actually take these until you have done these little manpower focuses. They can be done in any order. It's some of the scripting I'm most proud of. But it can be done in any order that you want. As long as you get this, then you basically unlock the next level. It doesn't give you that level. You still have to play the political power for it. But you can at least do it. So that, plus the populator parish branch, is basically how you manage your manpower issues. Then down the left side, this is your more industrial thing. So Lithgow gives you more factories. So does the New South Wales Government Railways, which wasn't actually a railway company. It was a tank company. But I think they started out as a railway company. And the interesting thing, actually, while we're talking about this, I'm nerding out, about the New South Wales Government Railways, they were the only facility outside of the UK that could cast entire tank hulls. So the Australian tanks were the only ones outside of Britain that had cast tanks. And that was particularly important for this little guy here, the Sentinel tank. This was a homegrown domestic tank design that the Australians developed. It was actually quite good. I don't think it was ever used in service, but they did make like 160 of them. And everyone who tried them were like, this is a fantastic tank, but they just appeared a bit too late in the war. But you can develop those and get them earlier. And then also the Yaramba, which was an Australian developed SPG, which actually was, I think, 47. It was just post-war, which is why it's so late in the focus tree. But you can get those, and those were also really lauded. So the Australians had some pretty good kit. Speaking of pretty good kit, they also had the Owen gun, which was the Australian version of the Tommy gun, the Thompson rifle, submachine gun. And it was really good. They especially liked these in Southeast Asia. And in fact, there are many stories of American soldiers swapping for Owen guns, dropping the Tommy guns. Tommy guns, I think, had like better rate of fire. They were significantly more expensive, but they tended to be kind of unreliable, especially if things like mud got into the mechanics, the mechanisms. The Owen gun is unique because the loading magazine is on top. It's not on the side, it's not underneath, it's on top. And the benefit of that is if anything gets stuck in it, it can just fall out. Gravity is on your side. So it tends to be really reliable in like the wetter, dustier terrain that the Australians happen to be fighting mostly at that time. Then over on this side, we've got the Anzac Spirit. This is the legacy developed by the Australians and the New Zealanders throughout the course of the First World War, which was kind of a real national awakening almost, and that carried on into the Second World War. Diggers were what the Australians came to be known as in the First World War, just like the British were Tommies, the Germans were Jerrys, the Australians were the Diggers. And then larrikinism, which is kind of that casual attitude, very much embodied by this guy. He's the embodiment of larrikinism. So if you're wondering, like, what is this? It's kind of that Australian carefree, individualistic attitude. Is that. And then we actually have a reference to that guy. I'll move the thing out of the way. There you go. See, even the hat is there on the screen. So there you go. That's not a knife. It was actually initially called That's Not a Knife, but we had concern from the beta testers, like that's too casual for the tone of Hearts of Iron. So we changed it to No Worries, but never fear. That's not a knife. This is a knife. Is still referenced. Lovely. Okay, then we've got the Air Force. The Australians, by the end of the war, were the fourth largest air force in the world, and we kind of wanted to represent that. So the Australian Air Force can really build up, particularly with the Commonwealth Aircraft Corporation, the government aircraft factories, and the Department of Aircraft Production. Allows you to build a lot of aircraft. No references to a succulent Chinese meal. Well, you say that. I'm going to open up the thing that I don't usually... Can I even open achievements here? It's an achievement. There is an achievement, which is a succulent Chinese meal. So yes, there is a reference to that. Anyway, so Air Force. The first thing is the Empire Air Training Scheme, which was the Australian name for the Commonwealth Pilot Scheme. There was a big discussion in Britain. It was a British scheme to basically train more pilots in an area of safety during the Battle for Britain. And they were basically, do we put this in Canada or do we put this in Australia? And there was a big debate about this. Ultimately, it did end up in Canada. But this is kind of the what if this actually ended up in Australia. So you get the Empire Air Training Scheme, which is exactly the same, the plan that Canada gets in their focus tree. Yeah, all history stuff. And then you can basically improve your fighters, your medium aircraft, and then ultimately your strat bombers with Hear the Thunder, which, you know, the tune that was playing at the start of the game. That's one of those quotes, one of those references. So yeah, their air force can become quite strong, culminating in Death from Down Under. And I am actually seeing a lot of feedback that this is probably too strong at the moment, and I kind of agree. So this may well get retuned a little bit in the future, but at the moment, it's a nice branch. And then we've got the Royal Australian Navy. The Navy was very small at the start of World War II. World War I, they actually had quite a large fleet, but they had to disband much of it in the interwar period because navies are expensive. However, the Australians were very active at sea, and in fact, after the fall of Singapore, Perth became the main Allied port in the Pacific for ship repairs. And we do try to represent that through one of these. I forget which one. But yeah, so that is here. The other interesting body are the Coast Watchers. Basically, the Australians placed people in all of these northern islands even when they were occupied by the Japanese. So very famously around Rabaul, for example, there were a bunch of Coast Watchers here in Bismarck and also in Bougainville, which I think is this bit. No, that's Bougainville. And then this island bit, I forget the names exactly. I was just reading the not the biography, like the history of the Coast Watchers. Fascinating group of people. They were Australian units that were given a radio set and their job was basically to watch to see what the Japanese forces were doing. They would see if aircraft were flying. They were able to give really early warning for the air raid on Darwin, for example, so it didn't have nearly as much of a damaging impact on Australia or on the city as it could have. Morale-wise, it was bad because now Australia felt like they were in range of Japanese aircraft, but in terms of actual damage done, it was minimal. And they were also able to spot ships and shipping, and they were a big part of the Allied counter to the so-called Tokyo Express, which was Japanese destroyers trying to smuggle troops in, because at this point this area was so dangerous for Japanese shipping that transports just couldn't sail here. So they used to sail destroyers at night, and the coast watchers would spot them and then send in patrol boats to go and sink them. Speaking of patrol boats going to sink the Tokyo Express, there was one particular patrol boat holding someone who would become kind of important later on. A certain John F. Kennedy. He was a captain of a patrol boat that was sunk by the Japanese in this area, and he was rescued by the coast watchers. So the other thing the coast watchers have, I don't remember if I have it here, I think it's a modifier I add in one of the patches, is you lose less manpower from ships sinking and from planes crashing, because the coast watchers are also very heavily employed in rescuing sailors and airmen. Likewise with the Naval Auxiliary Patrol. Huzzah! They will reduce the number of sailors you lose when a ship sinks. So again, these aren't modifiers in yet. I've added them as part of the patch. But they should be in sometime, not making any real promises here, sometime next week I think will be the first one. And then we've got Abdicom. Abdicom is the Australian, British, Dutch and American command, joint command, which was basically instigated when the Japanese joined the war to defend the East Indies and Australia. It is a formation that can be established at the moment by any major country, although again, in the first patch, I think, this might be the second one, that's being changed, so it can be established by any major country that's in the Allies, or Australia, or the Netherlands. And this will give you a bunch of bonuses ranging from naval stuff, so for example, depending on the membership of Abdicom, Australia and Dutch East Indies may each receive 2 dockyards from the core territories. The Malay barrier gives you a bunch of fortifications. Ship a day sinking quotes gives you a bunch of submarine bonuses. Yeah, so it's quite a nice branch to have. We've made it a little more accessible, because at the moment it's very rarely used, which is a little disappointing. Nice hat, mate. Thank you very much. I'm so angry that this isn't a proper slouch hat. I have one. It's on the way. It's been ordered. It should be here by the 19th of June at the latest. They gave me a really broad window. It's like it can arrive anytime between the 31st of May and the 19th of June. And I've had the notification say it's in Sweden. So now it's just the infamously bad Swedish postal service being slow. Difficult for Australia to do Abdicom due to the major country requirement. Yeah, which is why I've dropped it. So in the update that's coming next week, it should be available to Australia and the Netherlands as well as the majors. Anyway, let's actually play some of this game. Now that I've gone through the focus tree, we can talk a bit more about the different things going on later. I'm going to do my usual opener, which is lots of development of this region, you, and then you, and you. And then dockyards, we're just going to make convoys for the very start. Start with 2 of you assigned. Focus, we're going to do war is coming. Put us down the democratic path. I'm going to grab all of our divisions. I'm actually going to switch these to infantry. I just prefer infantry divisions. We'll put them in the army and start them drilling. The navy, I'm going to turn on automatic split and start you drilling. And then the Air Force, these are, as it basically was at the start of the game, terrible planes, which I'd much rather sell. And this is one of my favourite pieces of UI quality of life that's changed. When you sell something, you don't need to change the numbers. Select all is just automatically selected. So anything you have in the stockpile, boom, you throw it on. Then if you want to sell anything less than the maximum, then you can edit it. But we found that basically everyone's always adding the maximum, so just add the maximum. Amazing! Okay, I think that's everything that I wanted to do in the setup. Oh yeah, the other thing that's changed is the air zones. for Australia. They've been broken up from 4 zones to 7. This is actually the first time I've ever changed the map settings. I hadn't done that before. Always other members of the team. It's kind of fun, like learning new skills and new abilities. Is that change to be similar for Lend-Lease? Don't know. I think so? I don't know offhand though. You know what I should have done? I should have set you to auto-purchase. I'm going to need to keep half an eye on fuel, because that does tend to run out before the fleet is finished training. But it's easy enough to stop them and then start them again. No Emu War. No. We decided not to lean into the more memey content this time. Right, so War is Coming is done. We have a temporary modifier which makes getting these cheaper. Domestic industry is always a good one to get. So it gives us building slots in civilian factories. Let's get that one going. Halfway to the federal election, the United Australia Party has led Australia since 1931, guiding the nation out of the Great Depression and away from the anti-democratic sentiment. Through stable leadership, conservative leanings and loyalty to Britain, the UAP has strengthened its support and made another term increasingly likely. Yet another party still has a say in the matter. Still recovering from the no-confidence motion that removed it from power in 1931, the Australian Labor Party is beginning to regain momentum. With communist voices silent, the working class now looks for another guiding light. In its mission to represent every citizen, the ALP has adopted a different perspective on imperialism and Australia's loyalty to the empire. Domestic needs should come first, and foreign interest should no longer take the priority. 1.5 years remain until the next federal election. If the UAP wishes to secure another victory, its leaders must accelerate reforms to preserve public support. Otherwise, the ALP campaigning may restore its standing once more. So this is the first decision point that I'm going to give to you guys, chat. Do we go UAP or ALP? So if the UAP win, we get War is Coming, which is 5% war support. More tech sharing from the Commonwealth, which would be nice. Gives us access to Gloucester aircraft, which is a big deal because this is the high agility fighters, and with this, Australian fighters can become truly terrifying. We get Stanley Savage, which is another expeditionary leader. We get access to the Wool Agreement, which gives us industrial research speed with the Bradmill Denim Factory, that's a industrial concern, and also support equipment. It is this one. So this gives us stability, industrial research, so that goes from 5 to 10. And then we also get 5% production cost reduction for support equipment, as well as the infantry equipment. The Australian War Cabinet, which gives max planning, command power, gain, maximum command power, and then once we go to war, 2 additional off-map military factories. And also the Singapore strategy, which gives us 2 additional naval dockyards, and then buffs up quite significantly the Singapore defences. Or we can do the ALP. No foreign battlefield, which gives us political power and also autonomy gain. So this moves us peacefully from going towards independence. We're currently Dominion. This can make us free. Aerial defense gives us bonus research to aircraft. So we don't get the MIO, but we actually have really good air MIOs anyway. Commonwealth and government aircraft factories are actually quite good. So totally legit to go this path, and this allows us to get higher tech aircraft quicker. We can also ratify Westminster Adoption Act. This means that we can get rid of the unratified Westminster Act, which means that we cannot decline call to arms. So at the moment, the AI will send you a call to arms, which Dominions can say no to. We can't, as Australia, because historically they have not ratified the treaty which allowed them to do that. We can ratify it. We can administer the mandate, so if we have enough compliance in New Guinea, Bismarck, Bougainville, Interior Papua and Papua, then we can call them. We get calls. Rational request. We request Singapore, Christmas Island, Cocos Islands. They're close to Australia. We are in the best position to defend them. And then volunteers. This will allow us to send volunteers overseas with a slightly reduced volunteer tension limit, and we'll need less divisions, although we'll still need to train extra to do this. It's not quite as powerful as the communist version. So what do you think? Should we go UAP for the pro-Britain path, or do we want to go ALP for the more independence-orientated path? I'm going to set up a poll. Okay, we're going to make this a 2-minute vote, so get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. And if you're currently watching on YouTube, I'm afraid you're going to have to head over to Twitch, because this is where the poll's being hosted, but you can find it there. So get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. Vote, vote, vote. Oh, I got the funk. I just realised that was a resubscription coming in with a 3-month resub. Thank you very much for that. Sorry, I totally missed that. I just saw the nice hat, mate. Thank you for the resub. Antichrist is coming in with a 3-stream streak. Yeah, it broke, didn't it? And then Carnita coming in with a 58-month resubscription. Thank you very much for the ongoing support there. And I realised I again read out your message, but did not actually acknowledge the resub. So thank you. So get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. Are we going UAP or ALP? Mordred, saw you in Shenria's Humankind stream. Have I considered going blonde? You looked hot. I am? Also, I am blonde. It's just a very dark blonde. I need to go outside more, then it gets a bit bleached. Actually goes quite light then. I have been getting darker and darker as I get older. I used to be incredibly blonde, like proper Swedish blonde. Hard to do in Sweden. True, although at the moment it is nice and bright. Swedish summers do tend to be really nice. Anyway, the vote is almost done, and this is still neck and neck. This is really close. Like, seriously, every vote will matter. So get your votes in. Whitehead was your nickname when you were 12, really? Okay, the votes are in, and wow! United Australia Party came in with 49% of the vote, which means the ALP won by 51. Like I said, every vote matters. There were 4 votes in this, separating them. Macho coming in with a 50,000 channel point spend. Thank you very much for that, Macho. Much appreciated. And yeah, you got your way, apparently. That was heavily contested. Okay, Labour Party it is. So let's bring that event back up. And we're going to go with a campaign tour across Australia, which is going to give us ALP vote increase and also an extra civilian factory. Whereas this one just reduces the time to do some of those focuses. Though actually I realise I don't often do those focuses early on. So this one might well be better for us in the way that I usually play. So yes, we're going to go ALP. And I'm also going to drop some spending on you just to make sure that we get the ALP in power. So you do need to do a bit of political campaigning. Okay, marvellous. Onwards. Onwards. Having more Civ factories earlier on is always nice. Yes, I definitely agree with that. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to save up for an industrial concern and then maybe some advisors as well. Domestic industry is done. So now we could do the Democratic Bulwark, which would give us access to Maurice Blackburn, which is actually going to be better for us because he increases ALP support. He also gives 2 times research bonus to industry. So what I usually like doing is getting him a little bit later, once I've got the 1937 industry underway. So I think what we're going to do instead is grab Public Works. Let's start reducing the effects of the Great Depression. The Great Depression has left the Australian economy in dire straits. We will initiate a range of public works programs to put people back to work and restore consumer spending. Speaking of which, did I read these? Oh, I don't think we did. Over the past 3 decades, we've been faced with one challenge after another, yet a final one seems to be looming ahead to test the strength of Australian democracy once and for all. Former Prime Minister Billy Hughes is very clear on the matter, and it would be irresponsible for us to disregard his claims that, whether we like it or not, war is coming. And then we cannot rely on allied defence industries to supply us war should war come. We must expand our own industries so that we are prepared for whatever else is coming. Turkey remilitarizes, and Rhineland. And then I'm going to tell you lot to stop Stop drilling. Forcer is submitted. Just to let our fuel supplies recharge a little bit, and then we'll send them off to train again. Meanwhile, the infantry is still training. They're a bit short on infantry equipment, but they'll get that soon enough. Electronic mechanical engineering is done. Let's go and get the next one up. Mechanical computing. Ah, the chair is squeaking and it's irritating me. I need to do something about that between streams. Second London Naval Treaty has been signed. How's the ALP looking? Okay, I think we can stop campaigning now to save ourselves a bit of political power. Because while that's active, you're basically consuming an additional 1 political power a day, I believe. Okay, public works are done. And now we have our second major decision. Whether we go with the Lang plan, or if we go for the exports for economic recovery. So the Lang plan. Jack Lang has risen to the forefront of economic politics through his vocal refusal to honour foreign debt obligations, instead redirecting those funds towards public initiatives aimed at stimulating domestic growth. After all, you can't get blood from a stone. So this is basically Lang's plan to stop financing Australia's debt to other countries and instead redivert those funds to stimulate the Australian economy. With this, we will get Jack Lang, who gives us civilian factory construction speed and also additional factories. And this whole area just gives us a bunch of extra factories. That's the main benefit. We can also get the Phosphate Commission if we go Lang plan, which gives us consumer goods factories reduction and also factory output, as long as we control Nauru. It's quite nice. Or the alternative is exports for economic recovery. Opponents of Lang's ideas instead propose leveraging foreign markets and debt to encourage overseas investment and sales, committing to an export-orientated economy to boost domestic production, employment, and ultimately consumer spending. This will immediately give us free trade for free with that very nice construction speed buff, which free trade has. It will also line us more closely with just getting as many resources out of Australia as possible. We are starting the game with quite a lot of tungsten, quite a lot of steel, and quite a lot of coal. And a bit of chromium. We can massively increase the amount of iron we get. Like orders of hundreds more. Particularly if we go down this branch, because this will give us a bunch of extra extraction bonuses. It gives us a few factories. It gives us cheaper trade with the Overlord. It gives us trade opinion factor so that people are more likely to trade with us. Research speed. Consumer goods. Resource extraction, and then most importantly, within reach. With within reach, we can develop our steel production. I think 3 things. Poor Kemler doesn't require that. Iron Knob does. And I think we can repeat this one once or twice. I'm trying to remember how exactly I scripted this. However, Pilbara will not be available unless we go economic recovery and within reach. If we have Pilbara, unlimited steel. It will never run out. We can continue to develop that. And although the initial decision is 250 political power, the subsequent ones, the ones that actually just continue to give you steel, I think are like 25 per pop. They're very cheap. So it's basically early game industry or late game resource boom. That's the choice here. So we're going to do another vote. Are we going to go with the Lang plan? Or are we going to go economic exports? Get your votes in. Vote. Every vote will most likely matter. And this one I'm actually genuinely curious about. Like, which one do you guys rate more highly? Early game factories or late game resources? Get your votes in. Vote. And then once that one is done, yeah, we definitely want to start going on industrial, so I'm not going to start on any of these just yet. I don't think it's not really necessary. We're in the Allies. We're not going to be joining the war until 39, so we have some time available to us. And then I'll probably get Thesbros. That's the first one I usually get because that's the infrastructure construction speed buff. And then if we go export, Broken Hill goes up to a 20% resource gain efficiency buff. And it will also give us an advisor that's a further 15%. So with exports, you can get a lot of freaking resources. Faceless, name something that will be a lot of use after you. Okay. No, I think that's going to be the divisions. So we call these the Faceless Expeditionaries. I'll give you a symbol. What symbol would you like to use, Faceless? You'll have to describe it. And then I'll see if I get it right, based on your description. Something like a skull. Skull on the helmet? The skull? The skull with wings? Demon skull? We actually have the Australian slouch hat. Hadn't even noticed that. When was that added? We didn't add it. Skull and wings. Alright then. We've got the Faceless Expeditionaries that we will be using. And in fact, we have sufficient manpower at the moment that I think I am actually going to queue up 2 more. I think so. Okay. Cool. As the thing ended. It has! Excellent. So, we are ultimately going to go with the economic exports. That is 43%, meaning that we have 57 for the Lang plan. And once again, Macho contributing the most channel points there with 26,000. So thank you very much for that. But we're going to go Lang plan. And you know what the other thing we should do? I should point out that there are 2 new tracks for Australia. And you can tell that they are the tracks for Australia because the first one is literally called Australia. Let's just turn this one up a bit. So this is the peacetime Australian tune. Basic machine tools. I'm going to go with the improved machine tools. The reason for that is I want both of these underway for when I get the 2 times 100% bonus. So I can get the 39 like 2 years early. And we'll get Blackburn once that's done. Meanwhile, I should get my Thesbros. Get that infrastructure up and running. Not been spending points on anything for a while, so I have a lot saved up. Yeah, there haven't been as many opportunities to do votes for a while. And I did see that, I think it's Ultra Hill has a mod which adds a new name list based on his subscribers and Patreons. I need to find out how he did that, because if there's an automated way of doing it, more importantly keeping it updated, I would love to do that. Construction 1. Okay, so we've got those. We're going to start you off just in time for Lang plan to finish, and then we can get the Morris Blackburn. And the reason that we want him, the Democratic Bulwark, is because he reduces advisor cost by 50%. And we actually found that there was maybe a bug, maybe working as intended, but with Australia you can stack advisor cost to make advisors free. If you have Morris Blackburn when Canberra happens, and take the Canberra decision that lets you get advisors for 50% off, they're free for like a year. Meanwhile, the Labour campaign tour is almost over, so we've got our free factory, and well, this is still really close. We're still 400 days away, and Morris Blackburn's going to be constantly reducing their support. So I think we're going to be just fine. .45 PC, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel, good to have you joining us. Okay, the democratic bulwark is done. We could call for a referendum or do the rural concessions, but I don't think we need to do that just yet. We're not at our limits. And this is developing the north of the country, which is one of the last places I'm going to develop. So instead, I think what I'm going to do is get industrial expansion. More civilian factories, then also a 1-year construction speed boom. This will also allow us to take the second Port Kemmler blast furnace. Which would be quite nice. The Great Depression has crippled our nation's economic output for much of the past decade. Now that we have the political will for more direct action, we should channel it into a bold expansion of our industrial base, creating jobs, increasing demand for resources, and producing more goods for markets. Meanwhile, we have enough political power now to grab Blackburn. Where is he? There he is. The irrepressible freethinker. And with you, these guys all cost 60 now. And there is one person I usually like grabbing, and that is Dorothy Tagney. Research speed plus 7.5. There are some other nice ones like war support, factory output, stability, democracy, war support, factory construction, electronics research. She's really good at getting like radar, radios, that type of thing going. Right, Beasley is an infrastructure buff. I'm not at the stage where research is critical. So I think I'm going to go with the infrastructure construction, actually. Base alert's going to lurk and rest up for a bit. Yeah, no worries, dude. No worries. Well, I don't need the factory construction yet. I'm very much of the mindset that as long as you're in civilian economy, there is no point building factories. Once we get rid of that, though, then it can become a lot better. Whether I take early mobilization or skip immediately to try to get to partial, this is what I usually do because I don't like spending the extra 150 political power. But I know that Democratic Australia tends to get a lot of political power, so it is an option that we could pursue if we so felt like it. I think it's time for us to polish off the ship's training. We should have enough fuel for them to do that. Well, maybe not. So the next thing I'm saving up for, I think, is honestly going to be the Chief of Army. And I think I'm going to go... Army Defense, Division Defense. I would quite like experience gain. I do really like Army Organization. Let's go with Brindle White. Meanwhile, we can deploy one of these new units, so let's go ahead and do you.
Yeah.
And make sure you're trained up to scratch. So industrial expansion is very nearly done. There it is. Okay, so now we have some decisions to make. We can go good standard, which just gives us more factories, consumer goods reduction, and construction speed, which honestly seems like probably the strongest idea here. Income tax assessment gives us consumer goods reduction and building slots. The thing with these is they are not needed for recovery. These ones are. We could also get an extra research slot, but right now I'm not feeling the strain there. So actually I think what I'm going to do is try to get rid of recovery. Building slots. Sorry, the factories is also really nice. Now let's do these first. Our taxation system is in a poor state and difficult for people to navigate, requiring heavy-handed government oversight that we can ill afford. By overhauling and streamlining the relevant provisions, we can make tax collection significantly more efficient. Chinese United Front, meanwhile, has formed. We're going to want 100 political power before our next upgrade. Incarnate has capitulated. Meanwhile, we've got the last of the tech buffs. Oh, never started on these. That's fine. Okay, so we are going ALP, which means we're not going to get Gloucester fighters. So I think what I'm actually going to start doing is start researching aircraft now. And we're going to go with Commonwealth Aircraft Corporation. Light aircraft designer. What we'll probably do is build a fighter bomber. I actually really like the Australian fighter bombers, they work quite well. And once we have political power, we can also get the second Kemmler blast furnace, although at the moment we still have a surplus of steel, so it's not critical. The other thing we could do is try to research better ships, and then have a dockyard set to ship production, so we can at least defend our overseas efforts. That's also not a bad idea. I'll consider that one. Alright, we're up to 9. Khotan Mars capitulated. And we have another research slot. So now we can go ahead of time on the advanced machine tools. It's a little bit further ahead of time than I would usually like to start on this, but it's fine. We'll manage. I realise the music is really loud at the moment. Okay, next up we are going to do reversing the wage cut. This is going to give UAP extra votes. Well, we have to do it. In order to give business a fighting chance, we implemented a series of wage cuts across the economy. Now that we are seeing signs of recovery, we should reverse course. Rising wages lead to greater spending power, helping to drive consumption and economic growth. So next up, let's get the Chief of Air Force. And honestly, Expert Air Safety I think is going to be the one to go for, because we want to be training air crews once we have those aircraft built. And this is going to give us air experience now so that we can actually design templates, which would be nice. Meanwhile, February 37. How's the Spanish Civil War going? Republicans have lost the North, but that's it. One thing you can do as Communist Spain is you can really mess with the Spanish Civil War thanks to your expeditionaries. Although there is a bug at the moment, which again gets fixed in, I think this is point 2, so not next week's patch. At the moment, it's really frustrating. I don't know why it does this. I can't show you, but if you get the Australian World Peace, it allows you to send volunteers to Spain. Unfortunately, it's the wrong Spain. So you as Communist Australia can be sending volunteers to Nationalist Spain. The scripting is all correct. It's just that there is a flaw in the system which will only send the volunteers to the correct Spain if the Spanish Civil War has already broken out when you do the focus. If you do the focus before the Civil War, it sends them to the wrong Spain. It's really frustrating. I spent like 3 days trying to fix that damn thing and never found a solution. Except for that, just make the focus later. So now the Spanish Civil War has to have started to do that focus. Previously you could do it before. But in that case, I think it's totally fine to just console command no CB, send them to Republican Spain, and then turn no CB off. Just so you can send them to the correct team. Okay, reverse wage cuts is done. Next up, bring home the farmers. More factory output and dockyard output, don't mind if I do. During the Great Depression, our major cities were severely depopulated as workers moved to the countryside in search for agricultural labour. Now that conditions are beginning to improve, we should incentivise the return of our workforce so we can bring factories back online and resume production. This squeaky chair is really getting annoying. Don't remember it being this squeaky. Alright, interwar small airframe is done. We'll talk more about that in a minute. Let's go on to the next spec. So let's get the engines one. We'll basically just dedicate one of these research slots to aircraft. Okay, Commonwealth Aircraft Corporation. So Australia, all of their MIOs have 3 custom nodes. I may have gone overboard a little bit on that, but I really like the MIO system. It's one of my favourite things to play with. So we can get extra ground attack, which is part of the reason why their fighter bombers are so strong. Research bonus, so we can get those aircraft quicker. And then reliability. So I think what we'll do is we'll go expanded production of facilities, then boomerang spirit. Yes. And we do have the cheap doctrines available, but I'm not interested in those. Meanwhile, we have 100 political power again, so we can choose our next person. The naval reformer will give us more naval experience gain. The naval engineer would give us refitting and repair speed. We're not currently doing any refitting or repair, but what we are trying to do is get naval experience. So I think we go for you, and then maybe later on we'll switch you out. Hindenburg. Disaster narrowly avoided. US passes neutrality. I really like that icon, actually. Although my favourite icon, I can now show it because it's in the democratic path. Wait, is it? No, it's fascist. Damn it! Yeah, it's the fascist anti-America one. With the kangaroo with boxing gloves boxing the American bald eagle. It's a great focus icon. Meanwhile, we have sufficient guns, so we could start selling those in the world market. In fact, this is something I should have started doing ages ago. So let's hope that there is still a market for this. Meanwhile, the farmers have been brought back home. So now we can do recovery to get rid of that. How is the election looking? We are 97 days away. And oh no! UAP is currently winning, so we need to start bolstering AOP. I hope I haven't left that too late. Alright, recovery. For the first time, our gross domestic product has surpassed pre-depression levels. This is a moment to celebrate, as the only trajectory for our economy now is upwards. We are entering a period of strong growth, and it's time to reap the benefits of our renewed prosperity. Election season. No sooner is one government settled in than the next prepares to take its place. Little can be done to sway public support at this point, though that will not stop the parties from trying. It's not over till it's over, and that day will come at the ballot box. Yeah. 48.9. I think we'll have enough time. It's gonna be close, though. Okay, so that is the aircraft done. I think we're going to get concentrated industry now, but it was my bad for leaving that one as late as I did. We are selling some guns. Hey, Philippines! Amelia Earhart circumnavigates the globe. This is the best of all possible worlds. Impressive. Meanwhile, Japan has declared war on the Chinese United Front. Ruh-roh. Marco Polo. Don't have any conscription upgrades yet. Panay incident, Marinjo takes over Paraguay. Chahar has capitulated. That was quick. It's this northern bit, so it's not that surprising. Yeah, some of the focuses do give UAP support. There we go, we're ahead now. So I can stop doing the political campaign, we should just win. As long as we don't take anything that gives ruling party support. There we are. Recovery is done, so Great Depression is gone. So at this point I think we're going to do good standard Lang is right in order to get the extra factories. A core tenet of Jack Lang's economic theory is the abolition of the gold standard in Australia, to be replaced by a good standard, which links the money supply to actual quantity of goods produced. This ensures the capital flow is tied directly to domestic productivity rather than external factors. Okay. We can get an army doctrine now, but I think what I'm actually going to do, because I always forget to get this if I don't do this, is grab bold attack with the early level ups. We have enough political power now where we can do improved worker conditions, and I think I will, just to beef up our stability even more. Labour wins! The votes are counted. The Australian Labour Party has won the election. Labour shall undergo a brief government formation period before spending the next 3 years proving that the citizens' trust was rightfully placed on the representative shoulders. So this unlocks the next ALP cluster. We have 15 days to form a national unity government, but we're not at war, so we can't. Good. The other thing I should point out is this image with the Paradox logo on it. Has been in the game, I think, since the game released. And people thought that this was the Paradox office. It is not. It is in fact the old Parliament House in Canberra, which was the Parliament for Australia in this time period. And we were like, you know what, this image has been here since the start. Yeah, it's a little memey because it has the Paradox logo on it. But we kind of like it, so we kept it. And we kept on using that one. But just a little bit of trivia there. That is not actually the Paradox office. It's the old Parliament House. Okay, so we have unlocked the first blip over here. So we can do no foreign battlefields, which will give us the autonomy gain. Political power. Aerial defense, which is research buff for aircraft. We may want to do that to try and get ahead of time. Maybe get the 1940 aircraft. We could ratify West... Oh, shoot, you know what we haven't done? What I always want to do, and I never remember these days, is this. Because we want to be increasing the compliance of these two areas. And they have so little resistance as it is, that it's very easy to just set this to local autonomy. And then compliance should rise pretty quickly. And there we go, the next election. 1,080 days. Expected winner at the moment is the UAP. You know what? It's time for another poll. Who do we want to have win the next election? So I can make sure that I do things in time to ensure that actually occurs. New poll. Right, I should also talk about what's now available. So, even if UAP wins the next election, we will still have access to this. This is not lost. We keep this regardless. So in the next election, either UAP wins and we get Solidarity by the Empire, which again is the war support bonus, it's the Gloucester aircraft access, it's the extra expeditionary leader, the Brad Mill Denim factory upgrade, the wool agreement, which gives us cheaper resources from Britain, Australian War Cabinet, which is the max planning, command power, and off-map factories, but this one only works, the factories, if we get it before the war. Or Singapore strategy, which gives us extra dockyards and upgrades Singapore's defences, which could actually work quite nicely with the fact that we can actually get Singapore if Britain accepts this. And we need to have more than 60% autonomy for that, but okay. Or if ALP wins the next one, until the tide of battle swings, which gives us political power, gives us additional autonomy, and John Curtin becomes a unifying figure, so he gains political power gain and stability. Walls and Whispers, New Guinea, Bismarck, Papua all gain a bunch of defences. We gain an intelligence agency for free, and an additional operative slot. United States as our keystone, from the famous speech that Curtin gave, which is going to give us standardised production, and also American Car and Foundry. So standardized production, I think, is the tank manufacturer, the you get lots of tank manufacturer. And the American Car and Foundry is the armored cars? Curtis Wright is the multi-role aircraft designer. Actually, multi-role, with the way that we are using fighter bombers, that could be interesting. And Lockheed, which is the distance one? Yeah, range focused. So we can either get multi-role or range, as well as the armoured car. No, it wasn't an armoured car. Which one is it? Ford Australia is armoured car. Huh. No, it's that. No, that is standard. Am I just confusing myself? I think I'm confusing myself. I'm totally confusing myself. Yeah, that gives us the standardized production, armored car and factory, foundry. which is not actually for armoured car. It's because it's American car, it's not armoured car. I'm totally misreading that. And then finally, Liberty Loans, which gives political power, gives us autonomy, and also another 10% consumer goods reduction. However, we do need to have Ben Shifley for this, and we need to be either at war or have higher tension. Ben Shifley is this guy, the War Funder. Oh, he's quite good anyway. Yeah, we'll probably pick him. We only get him with ALP. So what do we think? ALP for this one, or UAP for this one? We probably also want to grab this. Yeah, this gives the conscription law. We'll do that after the current economic thing. So we've got the United Australia Party, and we have the Australian Labour Party. Get your votes in! Vote! Which one do you think we should get? And for those of you watching on YubTubs at the moment, I'm very sorry, but this is only available on Twitch. You'll need to join that then. Will war change things, or can you go back and forth and get all 4 of them in theory? You can go back and forth. And I think you can actually get all, well, only one of these obviously, but you can get all 4 of these. Pretty sure. Because you one election, national unity, election. So it's one election, second election. Sorry. One election, second election, third. Yeah, you would need to do one national unity when you have one of each of these available. I don't know how national unity plays with this system. I did not script this part. This was punch rouleur. I did the military and the industrial stuff and communism. Okay, we have another organisation. This is Lithgow. I would like to have more soft attack and reliability. Pretty please. Australian Labour doesn't have the U. That's just habit. You spell it wrong. I guess UAP is better because if you can get all 4, you can do 1-1. So first election, second election, which is 1940, you'll be at war, you can do both. Third election is 44. So at that point you can either do this or this. And then the fifth election, which is 48, if you want to play that long, you can... Yeah, so you have to get to 48 to do all of it. 44, you can start getting into this. France and Britain announced an alliance, preparing for the worst. Okay, so we've got the good standard. I would love to get Lang is right, but I'm also cognizant of the fact that we want to get this, although we don't really need to do that now. Referendum would also be helpful, because this will either give us consumer goods or air research speed. Like if you're doing air control, a call for referendum is a really nice one to get. This gives ALP vote increase. Well, oh, we could do the research slot too. No, let's do Lang is right, research slot, collapsing League of Nations. Well, turns out Lang was actually right. By refusing to prioritise foreign creditors and instead leveraging our own banking system more aggressively, we can free up significant funds. These can then be directed towards the domestic economy, providing much needed investment and stimulating growth. So we do gain a political power cost penalty for a year, as we're having to manage the extra interest from not paying loans back. But we do get a pretty hefty upgrade, including construction speed and consumer goods factories, and then also the civilian factory upgrade. So yeah, let's do it. Meanwhile, has the vote ended? It has! Oh wow, that's overwhelming. So United Australia Party came in a distant second place with 22% of the vote. And the Australian Labour Party won very handily with 78%. And Maharo coming in with a 2,000 channel point investment. Rather less contested this time around, I think. When your channel first came up, I accidentally clicked. I thought I clicked on the wrong channel. Nice hat. Thank you. I really want the proper one though. This is my fake slouch hat. I have a real one coming. It's just not here yet. All right. So we're going to be getting the until the tide of battle swings, right? Just going to make sure it's Labour Party. Okay. And that one could potentially be national unity. We will do a vote at the time, whether we should or not. There are downsides. Okay. I would say concentrated industry. Let's just make sure that our industry is humming along as best as possible. Meanwhile, we can actually get a doctrine. And one thing I have found with the Australians is Grand Battle Plan is not necessarily the best option, especially because we did not go UAP for the max planning. So I'm actually just going to switch this out right now and get superior firepower instead. Because the Australians have enough industry and enough resources where artillery can really be quite powerful. Missing the thick Australian accent. I mean, I did do the beginning of this stream with an Australian accent, at least my best efforts for one. And we do have enough manpower now. We can train another faceless expeditionary. Let's do it. Get those queued up and ready. Right, conscription. Yes, we do need to do that. Not going to bother with the theorist. High command, not especially lacking on that side. We could get the Kemmler blast furnace for the extra 16 steel. I think I might actually hold off on that because we just don't need it at the moment. I'm just going to bank the political power. Can't even get early mobilization yet. So research slot. League of Nations, referendum, rural concessions. Because UAP is actually growing at the moment. Right, because Blackburn supports the opposition party. And now UAP is opposition, so he's supporting them. Ah, interesting. Interesting. And you can also get him on the communist side. He's a really interesting character in this. I know nothing about the guy. I should probably read up on him. I think probably the research slot now. Don't really need the output. Consumer goods factory factor is nice. We could also start on the no foreign battlefields. Yeah, for the autonomy. We should do that. It's been a long time coming, but finally the government shall declare that no compulsion will be exercised upon any citizen for service on foreign battlefields. Thirsty. Let's pour some more. The sesquicentenary. Earlier today, while the commemoration of the 1938 sesquicentenary unfolded, the pageant Australia's March to Nationhood traversed through Sydney's main streets. A protest was held at Australia Hall. Aboriginal rights activists and groups gathered to call attention to the fact that the 150th anniversary not only marked the beginning of a British colonisation, but also the constitutional discrimination of Aboriginal peoples. The activists demanded new laws for the education and care of Aboriginal peoples, as well as a new policy to allow for the elevation of Indigenous peoples to full citizen status. So this now means that the New Deal is available. So if we go over to the Populator Parish, we can now actually do New Deal and then the Department of Aboriginal Affairs or immediate rights. One of the interesting things here, actually, playing as democratic, you can only do the Department of Aboriginal Rights. And historically, this was a bit of a controversial thing, because this gave the Aboriginal people a body within government to basically fight for their rights, but it also curtailed their right to citizenship. Immediate rights basically means you can get immediate citizenship, and this is supported by the communists and, very interestingly, by Stevenson, the fascist. Stevenson actually said Aboriginals are Australians and therefore should have citizenship. So we tried to show that in the game. But yeah, that was definitely one of the ethical... So every month we hold an ethics forum on the team to basically decide on any of these ethical questions, like how do we represent this? It's not an easy thing. Particularly with the Department of Aboriginal Affairs. At the time it was seen as very progressive. Nowadays we would see it as super racist. And the White Australia policy is another one. We did initially have that in the game, but we decided to remove it. We are not here making political statements. We'll try not to. Okay, so computing machine definitely seems like the right thing to do. It is now 38. I probably got that a bit late actually. Foreign battlefields is done. So where do we go from here? Ratify Westminster. I mean, I intend to join the war anyway. Does this get bypassed? Only if you're independent. Interesting. Aerial defense would give us the research bonuses on aircraft. We don't want that just yet. I think we go for the research slot because we are now falling a little bit behind where I would want to be technologically. The Council for Scientific and Industrial Research was strengthened following the 1923 Imperial Conference to help broaden the economic base of the various colonies and dominions. While its contributions have been significant, it is time to give the body a new focus. The development of manufacturing and secondary industries. Ratifying Westminster makes the call to arms optional. Yes. And then we have Construction 3. Right, I still don't have the manpower law, which is collapsing League of Nations. I probably do need to do that one next. And we could get one of the advisors that gives us war support, so we could at least get to early mobilization. Although I'd really like to try to get partial as soon as possible. These are all done. We are now way ahead of time on construction, which is amazing. 40% of both of those. Let's start getting machine guns. Although, pausing here for a second, because we are going to get Curtis Wright and Lockheed. Not until 1940, mind. But we are going to get those. Real buffs. There's one. Reliability, naval attack, ground attack. Naval attack targeting. And production output. That's for medium planes. That's for small. That's for both. Medium plane to torpedoes. Maybe we do that. We save Curtis Wright for that one. Although Lockheed is range focused, which is going to be smaller mediums. So that's range and naval attack. Naval attack and targeting, range and fuel usage. I think that Lockheed is going to be better for... That's for both. That's for only medium. That's for both. Yeah, Lockheed's going to be the better choice for naval bombers. I think I might actually save medium planes for them. So I'm going to continue getting the small planes with Commonwealth. We'll make them the fighter bombers. Nice. Oh, we could get some more doctrine. So naval doctrine, fleet in being, I think, is a perfectly reasonable one to have. I think we're going to take the screens and then the convoy escort. Hunter Killer is really good anti-submarine. Integrated operations is more of a fleet screening. Torpedo primacy, we're not torpedoes. We're not anti-air, we're not new school, we're not patrol. We're going to be up against Japan and Germany. This does upgrade carriers, which we can get. Oh, that has sub-detection. I completely overlooked that. This doesn't come with organization for destroyers. Not focusing Navy this time around. We'll probably do a little bit with the Navy, but I'm not going to focus on it. Get all the cores. What are the max possible cores for Australia in the new DLC? I'm not 100% sure. I didn't do much of the political branches. But I know you can get the Dutch East Indies. I know you can get Papua New Guinea. You can pop it. Dutch East Indies, Malaya, Burma and India. New Zealand you can core. Philippines you can pop it. I think Indochina you can pop it as well. You go communist. So the short answer there is I'm not 100% sure. Alright, so we're up to 10 divisions now. I'd ideally like to get 12 so we can have 2 expeditionary forces out. Did we ever... Oh, we did. No, we didn't. We did not sell all the guns we have available. We have a lot of guns. So I think at this point we're going to switch our production to making artillery support equipment. Something like this. Let's do one less and do an extra support equipment. And I think what I might do is buy trucks. Maybe trains as well. Just so I don't need to produce these myself. Quite a lot of support equipment up on the market as well, which is interesting. Get the Canadian trains too. And the Norwegian ones. With this I should never need to make a train in my entire run. Okay, so that's going to hamstring our economy for a short time, but I think that's going to be a worthwhile trade-off. Because now I'm going to be able to get field hospitals in my divisions and never need to worry about making trains. That industry, actually it's only a year. Although, talking about field hospitals, I should probably research field hospitals. Let's go with lies. Support equipment buffs. Takes a lot of investment, but I found getting escort carriers with cruisers to be doable Navy-wise. Nice! I was watching Kurt Who Games just before this stream. I didn't finish it. But apparently the HMAS Sydney is only 25% complete when you get it. I might actually boost that. I remember when I go back in on Monday to be like 50% complete. Otherwise it's not really worth it. There's definitely a few tweaks and changes I want to make here and there. Acting upon community feedback. Okay, so we've got the tech slot, which is awesome. Now I think I want to do the collapsing League of Nations so I can switch conscription law. And then after this, we did go Lang, so actually the consumer goods factories factor might be useful. Rural concessions would also be nice because it would basically counteract Blackburn. You know what? Let's do that one first. Just so I don't need to... Well, hang on. I have loads of political power. This is not so much of an issue. Let's do this. And then in the short term, political campaign again. Okay, next. What do we do? Oh, this is the new research slot. Get the bigger engines. Anschluss of Austria. Ooh, Germany is making some aggressive moves. Grand Doctrine. Operational integrity is better for fighters. Battlefield support is close air support. I believe that my planes are usually classified as fighters. I'm not 100% sure how that classification works. So I'm going to hold up on doing this. We're going to research engines and airframe, and then I'm also going to get bombs. And then we can start designing CAS, although I'd also quite like to have aircraft construction. We have a bunch of aircraft stuff we need to research, in other words. How works anti-aircraft cruisers? They are cruisers with lots of anti-aircraft guns. I'm not really sure what the question is. And then I'm going to shift these around a little bit just to make these regiments a bit bigger. And we're going to add infantry guns, infantry guns. I'm very tempted to do support artillery, although I might also do line artillery and then use recon. But we won't do that just yet. This we can afford. Tsardom of Bulgaria approaches the German Reich. You guys will need training again with the new infantry guns, that's fine. Nationalist victory in the Spanish Civil War. That was relatively quick. China's making progress in the north. More than they usually do. Haven't done a huge number of naval invasions, although as I say that, they just took Shanghai. Meanwhile, stability is now maxed out, so that's nice. Okay, the League of Nations is demonstratively collapsing. We've got the collapsing League of Nations, which allows me to go to limited conscription now. Do we want to ratify Westminster? How's our compliance going? 73. We need it to be 80? No, only 70. Oh, in that case, we may as well do this. Ratify Westminster Adoption Act. Let's do it. Despite the controversy a change of long-established policies may cause, it's long overdue that we ratify the Westminster Adoption Act. We shall choose for ourselves which wars are ours. Meanwhile, Engines 2 is done, so now let's go ahead and get bombs. And the small airframe, we are then going to go for aircraft construction. There's a few more options. We're also going to want the range. So once Field Hospital is done, we'll go for the range. Yes, Military Industrial Organization Research Bonus. Yes, please. Let's get those techs quicker. %, war support. Tension is rising slowly. Westminster Adoption Act is done. Ah. Oh, right. Autonomy needs to be over 60. It is not even close. I may have jumped the gun a bit on that one, but never mind. We could send volunteers. Where would we want to send volunteers to? I mean, we could stay out of the war and then just send volunteers, although we'd have far fewer of them. Might be time to start on some of the military stuff. Oh god, UAP is trouncing us. Even with me politically campaigning. Ah, that's why mine's 10%. Well, with that in mind, maybe I do want rural concessions. Yeah, I think I will. The rural representatives of the Country Party gain far too few votes to govern alone, but by welcoming their influence in Australian politics, we, as the current governing party, may gain additional support. Ooh. German Reich is justifying this is probably Sudetenland. Probably. This is Sudetenland. Sudetenland Crisis, 4th International. Number of communist delegates from around the world met in Paris today. Sudetenland, you know what, I should have read them. Because I think that event has changed. Indigenous airframe design. This gives reliability, which isn't the most useful buff. So I think instead we start leaning towards the close air support buffs. So let's go ahead and get advanced aerodynamics. And then another technology. We never got the light machine gun. We can't make a fighter into it. Oops. And we can't do survivability studies until we have machine guns. Stock. Should also upgrade artillery and guns. We have a lot of research we want to do. Okay, range improvements are done. So that's all of those. I want to start getting some destroyers just to protect our shipping lanes. There's computing machine. Let's also get smoke generators just so I don't forget. It's a very quick tech anyway. Who's the one that made the populator perish tree? Why? Joint effort. Alright, next up we have got... Referendum? Oh, I don't have the Phosphate Commission. Yeah, we should do that. Following the Great War, Nauru was placed under the joint trusteeship of Australia, New Zealand and the United Kingdom. In 1919, the rights and all phosphate sales on the island were transferred to these trustees led by Australia. Using our position of leadership, we can influence pricing and secure highly competitive rates for our domestic markets. Begin. I knew you would say that. How are we doing for artillery? 126. Oh, I can actually afford this. Oh, hell yeah. And then I want engineers and field hospitals. Let's drop the engineers. That I can afford. Okay, let's get those trained up. Quite significant changes in terms of equipment usage. Alright, next up we have got... Could do concentrated industry, and in fact we probably should. It's well under a year now. Okay, Phosphate Commission. We are gonna do the Australian military forces now. Tempered by fire in the Great War, the Australian military proved its mettle on distant shores, standing firm in some of the most brutal campaigns of the conflict. In the years since, the army has been reduced in size and reshaped into a defensive force, tasked primarily with safeguarding the home isles. The hard-earned lessons of the past endure, ready to be called upon once more. Organisation, experience, and war sport. Hungary renounces Trianon. Smoke generators are done. Depth charge. I want to get to tier 2 of all of these, and then we can just call that good for naval for now. We'll just get some escorts going. So now we could do early mobilization if we wanted to, because I know that we have 2 advisors that give 10% war support. We can get to partial. That would mean that we need to replace 2 of these guys. I mean, Beasley we can definitely replace. Probably... Oh, Scotland's just consumer goods. I usually play UAP, so I'm not as familiar with the advisors you get on this side. But no, it actually looks like we lost. Yeah, we did. Billy Hughes is UAP. He was the one that I was after. That is a little bit unfortunate, but that's fine. Authentic hat. It's not, unfortunately. This is a safari hat that just happened to have a clip on the side. You can pin both sides up. It's supposed to look like... that. But it is a pin, so I can just remove one side to make it a slouch hat. But I have ordered a slouch hat from Australia. It just hasn't arrived yet. Because it turns out Sweden's quite far away from Australia. Error log, sorry, I'm not going to accept that. Not going to happen. Authentic hat, a historical looking, almost authentic hat, the real one somewhere in Swedish Post Network. Yeah, PostNord is just famously terrible. I got a message saying it's in Sweden like a week ago now. So I feel like it's actually taken longer to go from Somewheresville, Sweden to my apartment in Stockholm versus, you know, Australia to Sweden. Alright, radio. Do I want to do radio? I do also want to get artillery. Ah, we finished the light machine guns. This is only 94 days. We can get both of these, and I think that's probably a very good get. So let's grab you. And then once passive sonar is done, we'll get the heavy machine guns. Yeah. 1903. Do I want to start doing some of the air stuff, seeing as I'm actually focusing on air? The other thing I really do want to do is the referendum. And we'll leave that up to a quiz. Yeah, no worries, Error log. Sorry if that came across a little bit harsh. But if you no, this is legitimate. If you do actually want to interview people on the development team, you need to go through PR. I can't just accept or reject that myself. PR is the way to do it, which I think is pr@paradoxinteractive.com. We'll even post that. PR@, not that. I think that's their email. Alright, so, call for referendum. What are we going to do? Yes, we're going to call for the referendum. We want to increase federal government control, however we need the voters' approval first. By calling a referendum, we can seek their consent. So we're going to do that, and part of the referendum is in fact going to be another vote. So let's go ahead and set that up as a new poll. Which, question mark. And the two options were past aviation reform, which is the extra air research speed and airbase construction speed. Or it's going to be the marketing reform, which will give us 10% more consumer goods reduction. So get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. In which direction is this going to go? Because of rising fuel costs, PostNord is now replacing all cars and trucks with pedestrian couriers. No longer get the effects from bank loan. I think I'm going to do... not relevant to this. SW. Because these are supposed to be anti-submarine destroyers. How far along did we come with the destroyers? Passive sonar. Right, then we need the depth charge thrower. No, we need active sonar. Once active sonar is done, so in 72 days, we'll design the escort ship and we'll start building those. We seem to be getting a lot of MIO funds at the moment, which is nice. Aftermath of the Chilean earthquake. An earthquake of magnitude 8.3 has hit Chile. What would I like? No, that's not how this works. That's the point of a vote. Light Act. We are going to grab material recycling for production resource need. Let's get that. And we're holding on to that political power just in case we need it. And how are we doing here? We are still campaigning and we are still behind. Although that is going to be flipping very soon. We have 500 days. I'm going to stop the political campaign now. You would think they would eventually switch to postal ships. Okay, depth charge thrower. Cool. Do we have everything I want for planes? No, I don't have the heavy MG. Idiot. 94 days. And then we can start... or 80 something. And then we can start developing the aircraft that we want. And here's the referendum. Okay, so how did it end? Aviation reform came last and also second with 33% of the vote, meaning that marketing reform with 67 has actually carried the day. And Blue Kiwi coming in with the 9,000 channel point investment. Thank you for that. So we're going to go with the marketing reform. There are two areas in which we, as government, seek to increase federal control: aviation and marketing. Concerning aviation, the object is to amend the Constitution to confer upon the Commonwealth Parliament the power to make new laws regarding air and navigation and aircraft. The marketing amendment is one to permit cooperation between the Commonwealth and the states in the marketing field, which is at present constitutionally impossible. So marketing it is. Good, good, good. Still don't really need within reach. Still have plenty of resources. We're a little short on aluminium. That's the only thing so far. So now I think I'm going to bring in March 39. Yeah, we'd kind of like to ideally, if we can, get down to the Defence Citizen Military Forces Act. So let's do the 1903 Defence Act. Traditionally, Australia has relied upon its militia in national defence. However, in times of significant threats, we can invoke the Defence Act of 1903. This allows us to call up additional manpower for defensive purposes. Because Mordred knows being chat would probably vote the other way. Successful referendum. The public has agreed to let our marketing reform be enacted with the power to regulate artificial products and their marketing. The government will now be able to stabilise markets and improve cooperation between the states. Farmers' income shall become steadier, and so shall the national economy. What actually is our consumer goods usage right now? It's got to be quite low, 19%. Sweet. Wow, we are getting quite communist because of Morris. Survivability studies is done. So now we just need the heavy MG and then we can plan the plane. That's still way too far ahead of time. I think what we probably want to do is start catching up a little bit with our gun levels. Meanwhile, we can now get the ground attack on our fighters and close air support, or max speed and agility. Oh, that's production efficiency. We need both of those for that. You know what? Let's do this then. Liquid-cooled engines, and then we can get the production efficiency to just build more planes. Active sonar is done. So we can now just go ahead and develop our destroyer. Basic destroyer. It's going to use Mort stock. It's going to have a very small pop gun. It's going to use sonar. It's going to have a depth charge, and that's it. Do I want AA? We might be in the Mediterranean. No, I'm going to just have more ships. So this is Escort 2. We're going to go ahead and start building those once that's finished. 200 convoy seems plentiful. Alright, good. I would also quite like to upgrade my artillery quality so we can get tier 2s. And is there anything else? Well, actually, one thing I can do is train another 2 of these. And we're going to have a full set of expeditionaries. We might also be able to add the engineer companies now. Yeah, close enough. And probably also artillery. Yeah, close enough. So now our expeditionary forces are going to have quite a lot of bang for their buck, which is very nice. We want the the Volunteer Defence Corps. Established as a force akin to the British Home Guard, the Volunteer Defence Corps is an unpaid citizen militia made up of those ineligible for regular service. Despite these limitations, their knowledge of local terrain makes them well suited for guerrilla warfare if the worst should occur. Fate of Czechoslovakia has now happened. $20, and then we'd start producing our new fighters. This is like a year later than I'd intended. But also, I'm not the air controller, so it's fine. Kingdom of Hungary took 1 state. Carpatho, Ukraine has been annexed. Zog submits to Italy. Concentrated Industry 3 is done. That is now done less than a year. And there's the heavy MG. So next, I think I want to make sure that we have the improved infantry equipment. We're going to continue with Lithgow. And then we are going to go ahead and design out a new basic airframe. So we're going to go with a single engine, graded with Commonwealth. You're going to have fighter weapons. Now, is this how you classify this as a fighter? It is. Interesting. Which did we choose again? Oh, we didn't. I didn't actually know that's how you classify between a fighter and a CAS. So, close air support with battlefield support would get extra agility. Ace generation, interception, air superiority, ground support, and experience gain. Versus operational integrity, fighters gain 10% agility, so we would actually get more agility with battlefield support. Oh no, you can get tactical bombers, which we can give naval, well, that's strap bombing, which is irrelevant to us. This one, interestingly, fighters gain additional agility. Heavy fighters, rather. So we could do heavy fighters with a torpedo mount for the naval bombers. Yeah, I will get radio at some point. Bomber defense. I don't really intend to use bombers. Let's go with battlefield support. And then for the fighter aircraft, we're going to take, weirdly enough, fighter bombers, which gives our fighters... Ah, that's fighters! Ground attack. Whereas this one gives 5% close air support. And air defense. Actually, 15% air defense on close air support is really nice. Pinpoint strikes gives more ground attack and also agility. I usually go flying artillery, but now I'm reading this again. Especially with battlefield support, pinpoint strikes is probably the way to go. And fighter bombers only count for fighters. In which case we might as well go for Knights of the Air, if we need dedicated fighters. I am reading this in a completely different way now, and it's very interesting. I think I'm going to go pinpoint strikes in that case, because we are making CAS. And that also means that you need to have the CAS weapon first. And then we'll give you heavy machine guns. Bigger engine. And you have one weight that I can still play with. Or I can give you a smaller gun. Wow, that is really heavy. What if I go with light machine guns? Air attack 10, air attack 18. What if I go with the 4 light machine guns? And then the fuel tanks. Oh, drop tanks rather. That gives me 1 weight still. It's 2. That's a 1. So now we have quite tanky Cass. With very high ground attack. And a good range. Actually, a really good range for this tier. Okay, that works. Now, I do think we're going to need to buy in some aluminium. The question is, from whom? And I think that answer is going to be the UC. So those are more Cass than fighter bomber. So yeah, basically the option is for aircraft, battlefield support and pinpoint strikes, or operational integrity and fighter bombers. And if you do that, then you probably want maybe ground naval coordination, air support mission efficiency, air mission efficiency, ground attack, air accident chance, air superiority, ground support plus 10. Actually, ground support's nice. Because I think ground support is the modifier of how much damage you actually... No, it's the number of planes you can bring into the fight, I think. So yeah, I think fighter bombers with flying artillery or Cass with pinpoint strikes and medium range escort's quite nice. Air accident chance reduction so you can train better. Night operations penalty reduction, weather penalty reduction. Air support. Oh, this gives you just a flat 10 ground support. No, fighter bombers. Okay, so fighter bombers is useful with Cass. Because this means you just get more of them into a fight. In fact, if you want maximum numbers in a fight, fighter bombers plus flying artillery. I like the doctrine system. I like that it's so customizable and you can have like different things you can do with it. And we're at 20% war support, so I think now is the time to get rid of Jack Beasley. Bring in Jeffrey Street. And then partial mobilization. And then with that, we can start building... Okay, not that many. Let's go... half as many. I think I started doing this way later than I usually do, which is a bit annoying. I think I was better at managing my war support in other runs. Well, no, that's because UAP gets the extra 5%. Like I said, I usually go UAP because I really like Gloucester. Italy pursues closer bonds with Germany. I wonder what it all means. Alright, we want permanent military forces and then Second Australian Imperial Force so that we can get Vasey and Wooten, who are both expeditionary leaders. Australia's primary military force is the militia, tasked with defending the mainland. However, in this time of rising global tensions, it is prudent to establish a cadre of professional officers and soldiers, many of whom gained experience during the Great War. Even if initially serving in a reserve capacity, this force would provide permanent and a standardized level of training. think, is how Thomas Blamey became the Chief of Staff historically. Well, the Chief of the Army, rather. Barrel forging. Give me more guns. How is my gun stockpile? Healthy. Potentially do us more trucks. Hey, before bad things start happening, how about you sell me trucks? I'll buy every one of those. Those two. I don't feel like I'm going to need the trains. I suspect I have enough of those. Yeah, I have 26 trains. We're good. Interwar artillery is done. Molotov-Ribbentrop has been signed. 25-pounder. Let's get that going so I can start researching that. And then advanced barrel forging. Okay, military forces are done. Let's get the second Australian Imperial Force. And at that point, I kind of consider this the absolute minimum. Having this one as well is really nice to have. Australia deployed the first Australian Imperial Force during the Great War, sending troops abroad to fight, with war once again threatening to engulf the world. We should raise a second Imperial Force to demonstrate Australian strength overseas. We're 2 months away from the war. The Australian military forces are starting to get some of their modifiers online. These two are ready to deploy.
All set.
And I think now is the time to split you up. Let's bring Blamey in as the Field Marshal. Let's bring Mackay in for one of you. And we still need to wait for the other. But the reason I did this is so that I can start deploying headquarters. Although actually we also need to edit the headquarter template. So because we're going to be very small armies anyway, I want to have these maxed out in terms of their military strength. Because there is a fairly high chance actually that generals will be in the fight. Headquarters staff sounds perfect to me. Leader skill bonuses sounds good. Hospital group staff. A chance to get sick and wounded goes down and we gain more experience. I think that's a good one. Also, we get more trickle back and more support protection. For the general staff, I mean. We can get recon staff, which will give extra recon and terrain experience bonus. And then the final one is either going to be engineering or forward air controller. And considering what we are focusing on at the moment, I'm going to go with the forward air controller, because we are doing kind of primary army, secondary air. These are expensive HQs. They should be quite worthwhile. We do actually have enough for our first doctrine. And I think that is probably going to be the mission type tactics. I just really like that flat 15 organization, especially when you have an army with lots of support units like we do. Oh, this also gives infantry guns soft attack and organization. Oh, hell yeah. That goes even better. Infantry equipment is done. Let's get the Owen gun. Is this before or after the changes to Lithgow? Before. So these are actually getting reduced in strength because it's way too easy to gun rush at the moment. There's the 25-pounder. We are also going to give Bossman Logistics Wizard. And now's the time for radio. Yes. Uh-oh. Poland refuses the German ultimatum. Considering the demands, it seemed inevitable. Poland would be forced to cede Danzig to Germany, and a Polish plenipotentiary would be sent to Berlin to negotiate further terms. Tensions are rising, and Australian officials and citizens both are beginning to realise that war may be unavoidable. Regardless of how much their policies or interests wish otherwise, we must call a cabinet meeting to decide on procedures in the event of an invasion. Yet before doing so, it may be worth taking actions that the full cabinet might not agree with. So we must prepare. So we can take these. So we can seize civilian industry, turning civilian factories into mills. We can scorch the north, in case we think the north is going to get attacked. Or we can do the Brisbane line, which does give us a bunch of free landfalls, should Australia be attacked. I don't think I want to do any of those, though. Those seem like the actions of a desperate government. And Britain's calling us to arms. Because we have ratified the Treaty of Westminster, we can say no. I'm trying to think if there's any reason for us to say no. I don't think so. Oh yeah, the League of Nations is still active. Never did they get able to do that. Where's our autonomy at now? Water. Nope, I would say let's go ahead and join. So, we will need to wait for this to finish to get our second commander. But in the meantime, we can send Ivan Mackay out. Let's go ahead and deploy you. Interesting. I'm just going to switch these two around so that they can train.
Boy, listen up.
And... well, France is the place being attacked at the moment, so let's go to France. I am, however, going to disable sailing through the Mediterranean. That seems like a dangerous place to be. We're going to try to stay away from there. We're definitely not sailing through here. No, we're actually sailing through Panama now. Oh no, that's our supplies. Interesting. I mean, it does kind of make sense. So fair enough. Warsaw has fallen already. Oh dear. And there it is, the second Australian Imperial Force. So what we can do now is we can bring in either Vasey or Wooten. Wooten is an infantry expert. Vasey is an infantry leader and also adaptable. Yeah, Vasey was one of the best Australian generals of the war. Not as good as Moorehead, but it wasn't bad. And I think we're going to send you to France as well. Well, hopefully you can finish your training. Off you go! Also deploy. Poland has capitulated already. Rutroll. How much time did I waste? No. Oh no! We're losing again. Quick! Campaign! So now we are fighting overseas, so I think getting rid of the citizen army is probably the right thing to do. Until now, only volunteer professional soldiers could be deployed overseas. As the conflict continues to escalate, we must establish the legal framework to allow militia units to serve abroad if required. I'm actually going to say that this is enough civilian factories. So let's go ahead and finish those up, and then we're going to go full on mills. We have some catching up to do on that front. And our war support is still quite low. So we could do war economy, we're just not going to be able to do total mobilization anytime soon. We can... well, tension's still 49. Interesting. So I can't Oh, I need radio to do radio propagandas. That will get us up to 57. Yeah, we're still miles away from the required 80? Yeah. So I think war economy it is. USSR occupies Eastern Poland. Oh, you know what else I haven't done? I haven't got my 13 Wirraways. Uh, 1940... Let's start researching these. And the engine soon after that. Meanwhile, Lithgow can get the mass rifle production. Nice. And Mort's Dark, we can get even more sub-detection and depth charges. That sounds good. We actually should have been building, yeah, escorts. So let's go ahead and put these in a new fleet. We're going to put these under the command of... Felt, I think. I will say convoy escort off the coast of England. And then our second fleet, well, first fleet, the main fleet, we will put under the command of Farngoon. .37 knot speed. I think another coming change is that's changing to 32. 37 was too high. I wanted Blockade Runner to be available to like cruiser captains, which at the moment it's not really. So submarine captains will struggle, but surface ships should be able to. Unless they're like battleships. We're up to 19. No battles fought as yet. Where are we? Oh, we're off the west coast of Africa. Getting closer. We're almost there. There it is. Defense Citizen Forces is done. So I think that's good enough on the military side. We could do Anzac. Might want to get the Manpower Director just for the extra output. May also want to get some more manpower. Yes, I think we do. When the Great Depression struck, birth rates declined rapidly and have since struggled to recover. In the purpose of continued domestic development, we shall establish a federal department of immigration to conduct and oversee a new immigration program. Thank you, 37 was friggin' hard to get. Yeah, I know. And I think what we are going to want is just more planes. So the next 5 productions can just be aircraft. Soviet Union declared war on Finland, and there we go, the end of the League of Nations. There was a focus related to that. This one. How far in? 6 days. Fancy it. Let's administer the mandate. Having governed New Guinea under a League of Nations mandate since 1920, and with Papua having been an external territory of Australia since Federation, the eastern part of Papua New Guinea could be a natural addition to Australia's core territories. Now that the League of Nations has dissolved, the opportunity to carry out such a federal reorganisation has opened up. Do it. Do it. Do it now! Okay, we are almost here. I've seen that there have been a couple of probing attacks against Maginot, which I'm sure that we can put some troops over there to help out. Or we can put them in the Alps. I am a little concerned by how much training the French are doing on the Alps right now. So we'll cancel that. And we will put you here. Okay, so we have now got troops on the front line. You can see here our lovely Aussie guys with the hats. And then we've got our commander, McKay, in his new HQ unit. And you can see that he's assigned to this front line because of the dotted lines. And then if you hover over him, you can see that the all the divisions that are assigned to him, that he's directly commanding, are these guys. He's currently set to close proximity, which means he'll be one tile behind the front line. We could put him even closer to give even more buffs. But honestly, I think that this is... Well, we did beef him up. You know what? On the front line, boys! Okay, technology. Improved radio? Maybe? This is less than a year now, and I do like my construction. Right, these upgrade infantry guns and heavy weapons. Let's get more of those. We might actually want heavy weapons companies. I'd somewhat forgotten that those existed. Oh, and we never got the recon. Cavalry recon, I think would be really nice. We can afford that. I'm somewhat tempted to stick another artillery on here. As we are superior firepower. We need the boomsticks. Can't afford that yet though. Soon. Oh, the first. Right, two of you had left early. Yep. And we can get own guns, and I think we should. Alright, now I definitely need to be buying in some resources, so I think we'll purchase from the Dutch East Indies. And some more from the UC. Something's being intercepted. Probably. And the other thing I will do is these destroyer escorts. You're actually getting some experience, so you've actually found something. And yes, I would like you to automatic split off, and I would like you to automatic read. It's perfect. Capital ships we could buy. Fuel consumption reduction. Attack when combined alongside the pride of the fleet. Battleships, heavy cruisers, battle cruisers. We have heavy cruisers primarily. So I think line of battle would be the one to go with. Does this say what actually contributes? Capital ships. Yeah, that's fine. Carry on. Gotta say, I did not read the dev diaries for the DLC, and a succulent Chinese meal achievement caught me off guard and made me laugh. Nice! The hat's folded up on the wrong side. It's supposed to look like the Aussie one. Oh yeah. Could have sworn I had that right. Easy to fix. So now this side's going to want to continuously roll up. Better? Except now you can't really see it's... Well, no, you can. It's just when I'm looking at chat. It looks a little less slouchy. Now it looks a bit more crippled. It's fine. Alright, so... Did I have it done this way before? Because I remember, like an hour ago, I clipped both sides, and then did I just unclip the wrong side? I don't remember. I think I must have. Right, so that's still producing. How's this looking? ALP is winning again, but I think I'm going to keep this political campaign going for just a little bit longer. You guys are over here drilling, but that's totally fine. We don't really need you on the Maginot. We'll get over-saturated otherwise. So we've administered the mandate, which means that we are now cored on Papua New Guinea. This should all disappear. Cool! And that should also give us some more manpower. Now I am a little bit concerned about my Air Force, so I think what I'm going to do is upgrade the #1 flying school. Established in 1921 with the formation of the Royal Australian Air Force, the Flying Training School has been opened and closed as demand for air personnel has fluctuated. With global tensions rising, we should reopen it to train a new generation of pilots and aircrew. German interest in Scandinavia. Germany declared war on Denmark. Denmark peaced out. Not much you can do about it. Germany declared war on Norway. And you know what? We shall defend you, Norway! We will arrive up here in... Up here in Trondheim. Off you go, Vasey. And we join the Allies. Finland and the Soviets signed a white peace. Southern Norway is under naval invasion. Yes. And at this point, we're going to go down to speed 4, because now I do need to start worrying a little bit about troop deployments. And in fact, Norway is under attack. We have some planes available. Well, let's go and bring them over here. We have range for pretty much all of it. And we have military factories, and we are still totally fine on equipment. So let's just double down on the amount of aircraft we're producing. Canberra air disaster, oh no! I am shocked, shocked I tell you that I've lost some advisors. Earlier today, a Lockheed Hudson aircraft crashed right outside of Canberra. 3 government officials who have been summoned to a cabinet meeting were amongst the 10 people on board, who all tragically have perished. What provoked the crash is a conundrum. The weather offered ideal flying conditions, and the flight was piloted by an experienced RAAF officer, Flight Lieutenant Robert Hitchcock. Regardless of the cause, it is a dire day for the entire nation, not least for the family and the friends of the victims, and Australia now looks to its leaders. How will they respond? Oh no, Maurice Blackburn died. As did Ridnell White. Can you avert the disaster like you can the Italian ones? This hard-coded. This one is hard-coded. So we are going to need to replace some people. And now, because we lost Morris, they're going to be full price. So what we can do here, and I'd actually kind of forgotten about this, is we can cause the government to collapse, which will spark an immediate election. Actually, I think it's one that the opposition will immediately win, so we can actually stop doing this. So we could get solidarity by the Empire as a free cluster, or we can keep our current government and it buffs them a little bit. So the way this works is we have this cabinet trust. If we increase trust to maximum and then ensure cabinet loyalty, then it just ends, which is good because these penalties are freaking nasty. Or we can tank cabinet trust for a short-term penalty, cause the cabinet cause the government to collapse, which will then cause the opposition to come into power. Or it's an election, forget which. So what do we think? What is our reaction to this? Are we going to let the government collapse, or are we going to shore them up? Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. What do you think we should do? Should we shore them up and make sure that the ALP stays in power? Or shall we let the UAP see what they can do now that we're actually at war? We were unable to avoid it. It was, some would say, inevitable. The other thing you can do is make a common enemy. This will immediately end the castle crumbling. However, it will give Japan a war goal on you, which almost always results in Japan declaring war on you. So this is a way of getting an early war against Japan, if that is your ultimate objective. And meanwhile, I'm going to respond to this message. Alright, cool. We have an election going on. Let's see what's happening. Oh, wow, it's a close one again. But it is about to end, so you may be too late to get into it. One vote separates. So, sure up, the government did lose out by 46% to the government collapsing with 54. So the government is going to collapse. So we can approach the independence, which will drop our stability. We can have a sound voice. So Curtin gets cabinet crisis. However, Menzies is going to gain some political power and stability. And we can challenge the government narrative. Well, I think first of all we'll do the sound choice. That's going to drop trust down, so we're losing war support, we're losing a lot of stability, and then also some political power gain. Nanjing, meanwhile, has fallen. Our armies are about to arrive. Then I think we'll immediately send them down here to see if we can hold these guys off from attacking. Might also leave a couple of units in Oslo just to make sure that doesn't fall. But if we are able to push you back to the sea, I would very much like to try. Let's put you on the front line as well. Naval invasion against Jan Mayen. That is optimistic. And yeah, I do want you guys to gain organisation while you're moving southward, so if they gain a bit of land, it's fine, probably. Number 1 flying school is done. Now, right, now we can do the Department of Munitions to get our 5th research slot. We're at war. I think this is probably a good move. In order to supply our men at the front properly, we need to speed up our munitions production. By instituting a Department of Munitions, we can ensure increased oversight of the production of defense components. Make it happen. Yes, they are still training. Thank you. Not just this one guy. And Vasey. Meanwhile, we can get some more doctrines, and I think we probably should. So overwhelming firepower gives army artillery experience. Means that they're cheaper to add to units as well. Intervention specialists is experience from volunteers. Engineering corps. We don't have any of those things. Relief of command. I mean, army experience gain would be nice. But no, we're overwhelming firepower, so we'll probably do that. The other alternative is this. Breakthrough in defense for towed artillery. We don't use towed artillery though, that's the motorized artillery. So that's pressing all the wrong buttons. Not really that useful. Direct fire support. SP artillery we're not using. All arms anti-tank. We don't have that much AT. Smoke and fire. Suppressive barrage is the preferred tactic. For extra breakthrough or reserve officers, training time is reduced. None of these are really screaming out to me as must-haves. So I think what we might do is just wait until we can get the infantry doctrine. And then in terms of air power, let's get the fighter aircraft one as well. So this one we want to have just general upgrades because we're not going to be using fighters unless we need dedicated fighters, which maybe we do. So interception detection, air superiority, manpower requirement for us might be good. Training experience, air accident chance, experience gain. Fighter bombers, air support mission efficiency, air mission efficiency, ground support, night operations, air wing experience gain. This one has night ops and also bad weather. And this is if we're defending core, which we're not. I think we're going to go with fighter bombers regardless. That still has some really nice benefits for us. Meanwhile, one of our guys is in place. He wants to rush ahead of it. Bulgarian government supports IMRO. Justification of war by Germany, again. What I might do is just add a couple of extra dockyards just so we can get the destroyers out. How many do we have at the moment? 2. So we want 8. Although it's fairly easy to get 2 more, so we want 6. I would say that once that's done, you can switch to dockyard production, just so we can get a full production line of destroyers going. Because our destroyers are quite good. It would be nice to have more of them. We have invested somewhat heavily in them. Maginot is under attack from time to time, so we are gaining a little bit of experience. Meanwhile, these guys are very much taking their time. Okay, new technology. We just got the improved computing. Let's get radio, just for the extra coordination. I'm not going to lend lease any of your stuff, thank you. So this one we're just going to need to take out. We can make it go quicker if we took these two. But I don't particularly want to take the stability penalties, although we do have very high stability. Regularly, not at the moment obviously. So 30-day weekly stability. How many weeks are there in 30 days? 4. 4.2. So that's only actually losing 4 stability, so I think we're going to go do that, just to drop 120 days from the max, from the castle crumbling. Oh, that's only when it ends. This is also going to decrease cabinet trust, so we're going to have to deal with this as well, which will be a little bit unfortunate. Ah! Improved small airframes. Cool. I totally forgot to get the engine 3s. That is my bad. What we could do is get improved small airframes now. But without the engine, well, we could do like dual engine. I'm not worried, it's fine.
What's that?
German pressure towards Benelux. Further on Luxembourg, further on the Netherlands. But not on Belgium. However, I foresee that there might be trouble in Belgium. So let's hold off those Belgians. Meanwhile, infantry. Yes, we definitely want infantry. Mobile infantry would give 20 more organization and maximum speed for all infantry, motorized and mechanized. And also 15 soft attack for infantry guns. Damn! And breakthrough. Defensive postures would give entrenchment. Heavy weapons gain extra soft attack. All infantry gain entrenchment. Organization. 20% soft attack for infantry guns. Large unit tactics, we're never going to have the manpower for that. Assault infantry, support artillery gets a buff. Infantry guns get a buff. Support artillery. Oh, leg infantry soft attack buff. These might be really good for us, actually. And yeah, 20% artillery field guns. Logistics company gives extra hit points to all of our infantry. Field hospitals have more trickle back and war support protection. Logistics companies give extra hit points to motorized mechanized. Cavalry gives soft attack to all infantry. We also just regularly get better in the hills, jungle, and deserts. Leg infantry use less. You know what? I think we're going to go individual excellence. This seems like the most Aussie. You are in slight danger of being insulted there, buddy. Luxembourg has just capitulated. That is not ideal. Netherlands have capitulated. That's not ideal. Meanwhile, it does kind of feel a little bit like we've stemmed the tide here. They are still able to push us really, really hard. Although my planes are doing some damage. Zardam or Bulgaria joins the Axis. Nothing from the Belgians yet. The French are actually counter-attacking. Why are you attacking? Don't attack. Germany declared war on Belgium. Quick.
Yeah.
Rush to their defense. Belgium can be saved. Probably. Maybe.
Ordnance, boss.
I don't like how exposed that position is, so let's pull you back. Ah, Belgium's fallen. No, Belgium's fallen. Run away. Are you running? You better be running. Don't guard that. No, we should take that back. Cool. You two run here. Things aren't looking too good in France.
Yeah, nah, yeah.
Yeah, nah, yeah. I love the voices. Doing some damage here as well. We're putting up a fight, but it's not enough. Who could have foreseen such a disaster? I know, right? You back off.
Ready, boss. All set. Go on, yeah.
I think we want to try to fight our way to the coast. Let's make our way over to Le Havre. We need support on the coastline, you see.
Let's go.
Actually, I want to fight over there. I'm just not going to fight this bit. This is where they clearly need support, so let's go and defend that zone. Alright, we've actually made it out of Belgium alive, so that's good. I think I would like my guns to be more shooty, so let's make our guns more shooty. Next up, Yeah, improved infantry equipment. Let's go. Not liking that position very much. So let's not stand there. I don't like how they're getting in a position where they could actually threaten Oslo. It's not ideal. Ah. They're on the outskirts of Paris already. Run! No, you're running the wrong way. Uh-oh, Paris has fallen. Alright, you guys, take the train to La Rochelle. We're going to cancel your current order.
Get going. Let's go.
Abandon hope, all ye who live here, and run like hell.
Orders, boss.
Formation of the Greater East Asia Prosperity Sphere. Oslo is under attack, but is actually holding. And you know what? Once these guys escape, I might actually send them to Norway. Oh, France has capitulated. We chose to leave just in time. My goodness. Ha! Alright, time to go. Actually, no, I don't like that. Let's go to Trondheim. Much safer. And temporarily, while we're doing this, let's just protect these sea zones. Death of Rudolf Hess. Okay. As soon as we leave this, we'll stop protecting the Bay of Biscay. That's just a death zone. And you know what? I think we can go back to protecting this area. Whew! That was fraught. So I think we want the Empire Air Training Scheme to get some more plane stuff. For close air support specifically, it's going to give us more ground attack and range, which would be very nice. Right, research. Do I want special forces? Probably. Now I know why the Australian government will collapse. First the air accident and then a series of tactical blunders in France. But at least we got them all home. Well, to Norway. It was a disaster, yes, but it could be so much worse. Besides, we shall fight them on the beaches of Norway. We shall fight them on the landing grounds of Norway. We shall fight them in the streets, and in the hills, and in the mountains. We shall never surrender! So said John Curtin during the crisis.
Boy, listen up.
We're actually not that far off. Soviet-German trade agreement. Ooh, Oslo is under heavy attack, but it's holding. Hell yeah! 6th Division. Brrr. I can do another air doctrine. Well, medium aircraft we could. Because we were talking about using medium for maritime. They would technically be heavy fighters, not tactical bombers. Well, actually, tactical battlefield support plus 10 tactical attack, tactical bomber attack. Maybe. Oh, scout plane buffs. Ooh. I do like me some scout planes. You know what? I accept. Ah. There be submarines here. I'm gonna need you guys to actually protect us here, please. You don't even need to do that, just protect here. Because we have been intercepted. These guys, thankfully, so far... Ah, destroyers got here! Ha ha! 100% screening. Suck it! You arrived just in frickin' time. Crikey. Alright. I think we lost one convoy and that was it. It's not terrible. Yeah, just the one.
Raiding party!
Lady Magnus coming in with a raid. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. G'day, mate. How's it going? Where's that one last division? Run away! Okay, they got three of the transports in the end. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you guys responsible for the Oslo defense. And then these guys are going to be responsible for the Bergen defense. Fancy with the hat. I am so angry. I ordered a real Australian slouch hat, not just this fake one that I kind of put together last minute. But it hasn't arrived yet. It arrived in Sweden like a week ago from freaking Australia. It was faster going from Australia to Sweden than it has been going from Sweden, somewheresville, to here. Arrgh. Yeah, post-Nord. No sooner has one government settled in than the next prepares to take its place. Little can be done to sway public support at this point, though that will not stop the parties from trying. It's not over until it's over, and that day will come at the ballot box. So the ballot box was for ALP to win, and they are currently ahead in the polls. However, we are going to have a government collapse in 127 days, and then an election in 90. So I think I'm going to try and promote the collapse a little bit quicker. Do that one. 30 days, and then that removes 60. At which point this then becomes 66. Yeah, we'll have the government collapse, election, and then another election like 14 days later. Politics. So we're just taking the train down here. Oh, got another military factory. What do we need? Support equipment. Very badly. Okay. And we do actually have enough kit for another air wing. Where are my planes? Where are you? Why are you in England? Why can't I? Eh? Can I go here? I mean, if we're fighting now in the Battle of Britain, I'm going to make you into fighters. And we're going to... get another air wing going. That explains why I got a package of a weird hat with your name on it. Is this historical? This is historical, yes. You're attacking. Don't.
Orders, boss.
Alright, you guys have stacked up, so let's move you to defend the Bergen side.
Orders, boss.
And let's give you orders to attack to the river, because if we can retake the river, I think that'll do us a lot of favours. Marvellous! I am needing a lot of equipment, crikey. I think I'm just going to double down on the plane production. And we'll get... Nope, oh, can't get any more aluminium from you. I can, however, get it from the Netherlands via Suriname. And let's go with Malaya for that rubber. And then I think I might need some more civilian factories because I'm now having to purchase things and that costs resources. Let's do Queensland. Let's do North Queensland instead. Build them first. Why can't I fly to Norway? Oh, both air bases. We're both in the Allies. You have control of that state. So we still control Bergen and Oslo. I'm just going to restart this game because there is something weird going on. Because France fell? Maybe. I doubt it. Evening, Mordred. I wish to pass on a well done for the DLC. As expressed previously, I was concerned about how Australia would turn out, and so far I've been really enjoying the changes. Awesome. Feedback from some others that have done paths with Australia that you haven't have also been highly positive. Yeah, I've actually been really happy with the reaction to the content so far. Particularly Australia, obviously slightly biased. I know that the reviews on Steam are not showing that at the moment, to be polite. But that's because people have gripes with the price and just have gripes with Paradox. I know that Paradox's reputation at the moment isn't the best. So I don't really think that the review score is that reflective of how people are actually liking the content. Which is an unfortunate position to be in, because reviews should be reflective of the content, but it's not. Alright, let's see if I now have access to Oslo. Nope, still. Weird. Change all colours because they're confusing me a bit. And I think now that we're kind of getting dug in here, we should have a fairly easy job of defending this. Question. Yeah, this is red air. There's no planes here whatsoever, except for the strap bombers. Like, even Germany hasn't managed to get any planes over. Who else is allied? Canada. See, I can go to the Canadian air bases. It's literally just Norway. How bizarre. I've never come across this before. I'll have to get QA to have a look. Pricing is also a good reason for negative reviews. Yeah, I don't disagree. Although I do think that the complaints are a little weird, because... No, I'm not going to get into that. I'm not in a position to be an unbiased commentator on this. Now they go! Who's that? It's the Czech. How are the Czechs here? I mean, welcome. Meanwhile, how's the air battle going? We are shooting them down. Our planes are pretty rugged. They don't have the most firepower, but they're pretty tough. Ooh, lost a few there. Right, the other thing we don't have is a Chief of Army at the moment. We should try to get one of those. 32 days until the castle crumbles. 55 until the election. Second Vienna Award. Treaty has been signed at Vienna following German arbitration that will see northern Transylvania restored to Hungarian rule. The territory had previously been awarded to legionary Romania after the conclusion of the First World War, leading to a bitter dispute. You are counterattacking, and I am really tempted to try and support you. This northern sector is going to be hard to push through, but the southern one we might actually make it. Our soft attack is absolutely terrifying. Could we please move some guys to occupy this? Please, with a cherry on top. Thank you. Empire Air Training Scheme is done. So now I think what I'm going to do is the Commonwealth Aircraft Corporation, because we're just going to get a bunch of extra factories. Also, this gives us a free level on the Commonwealth Aircraft Corp. With growing interest in the War for the Skies, we must ensure we are not left behind. Civilian enthusiasts and innovators have already begun to see the potential of the aeronautical industry. By providing them with initial funding, we can foster and expand this emerging sector. Furthermore, we have got improved radio. I'm working on that already. Once we have that engine, which is in 14 days, I think we're due another upgrade. Meanwhile, let's get bigger boomsticks. Now you're overextending. I don't think I'll be protecting you. I will say, let's try and push into this, because if I control that river crossing, I'm going to be much happier about our position here. There we go. That'll do, guys, that'll do. And now Oslo is entirely unoccupied. We still can't use their airbase. These ones at least I can click on. You can't remove access to faction members. I have literally no idea what's happening. That's why I like the expansion passes, pick it up when I have the cash and then get surprised when I come back to a game later and see all of the updates. Didn't I need a focus that would remove the 15 non-core attack defense? We already did that. That was this one. Defense Citizen Military Forces Act. So at the moment, our troops should actually have a positive... Which one is that one? Yeah, +5 attack, +10 on non-core. Plus these two are both expeditionary leaders, so it's even higher. Nine days until the castle crumbles.
Let's go.
Do I think we can push the Axis off of it? With their supply situation, I kind of think we probably can. Right. Now we can get the ongoing developmental upgrades, such as the production efficiency and research bonus. Let's grab that. 28 days until the election, 5 days until the castle crumbles. We have timed that perfectly. Meanwhile, we got the engine, so let's go and upgrade. So this is the improved airframe. We are CAS. So we start with Bombay. We could even go double Bombay. And then maybe heavy fighters? Let's see if we can manage this. And then we want the fuel tanks. I have one weight left, so no, we can't do the fuel tanks. Oops. Let's do the drop tanks instead. Oh no, that's the same weight. Oh, drop tanks are actually heavier. But they don't have the defense penalty. That's interesting. So these would be significantly easier to shoot down, and considering how strong the German Air Force is at the moment, that's not something I particularly want to deal with right now. So let's get the extra fuel tanks, but then let's also add self-sealing fuel tanks. Reliability is suffering a little here, but that's fine. We still have one weight. There's nothing else I can really add for the one weight. I don't. Actually, that's not true. Radio navigation. Night penalty. And that night penalty is just general. Oh no, it's 0.5 over then. Oh no, I can still save it. We're good, we're good, we're good. Alright. The CA4 Woomera. Let's go. Wrong model. Cool. Ah! No, it's not damaged. That's a good guess. But no, it's not damaged. Because they have been bombed. The land fort's taken some damage. And the Bergen airbase, only a level 1, but hasn't actually taken any damage. You guys don't actually have an order. That's why you're not attacking. There you are. I don't think you're in a position to do this just yet, unfortunately. Okay, new technology. So I could try to get the focus, which gives us the 2x aircraft buff to try and get the 1944 stuff earlier. I'm going to get the photo recon. No, I'm not. We're going to save that for when we get the USA upgrades. That's ahead of time. You know what? Let's start. No, again, I want to save those. Tanks? Special forces? I mean, special forces with expeditionary commanders sounds like it would be a really good combination. Support, thank you. Yes, we do need those. Yep. Yep, good call, good call. Motion and no confidence. Following a successful no confidence motion, the sitting government is replaced at last, reluctantly, handing the reins over to their successors. After a period of political instability and public distrust, Australia is ready for a new beginning. UAP becomes the ruling party. Menzies becomes the leader. And that should have opened up, yes, solidarity by the Empire. Unfortunately, because we're already at war, we won't get the military factory from this, but we can now get the max planning and the other benefits. However, we have another election in 22 days. How's that looking? ALP is going to win that one pretty overwhelmingly. The other unit I would quite like to add to my armies is logistics. Do I have logistics researched? Nope. Because Australian logistics can become really powerful with war carriers. Supply consumption minus 15% if you have a logistics company present. Sounds like modern day UK Parliament swapping PMs constantly. There were something like 4 or 5 Australian PMs during the Second World War and the run-up to the Second World War. That's one of the things we try to model with the constant switching. I'm a bit annoyed I can't use my planes for the role that they were actually designed for. We are still shooting down enemy planes. But damn it, they would have been perfect in Norway. I'm going to need to buy some fuel. Who do we go with? I think we go with Burma. Let's give them a bit more of an economy. Or Dutch East Indies. Nah, Burma. Still short on support. Well, that would suggest to me that we should probably start producing some more. And we currently have 89 artillery pieces. I did kind of want to get another artillery piece in these armies. The votes are counted. The Australian Labour Party has won the election. Labour shall undergo a brief government formation period before spending the next 3 years proving that the Citizens' Trust was rightfully placed on the representatives' shoulders. So now we can form a national unity government. And maybe we want to do that. So, we now have access to, until the tide of battle swings, if we do national unity, we will also have access to the British War Cabinet. And then the next election will be one of these, which at the moment is only pleading Britain, but I think if we have the War Cabinet, more of these will become available. Bring on the Giant, you need to not be a subject. This one requires Menzies to be leader. At the moment it's Curtin. This one requires... also requires Menzies. So that one and that one's Curtin, that one and that one's Menzies. Interesting. So, we have a couple of options here. First one is, do we want a national unity government? We have 15 days to make this decision. If we do this, then the British War Cabinet, British Pacific Fleet, all dressed up and overseas loyalties become available. So British War Cabinet would give us political power gain, war support, and Arthur Fadden, who gives consumer goods. The British Pacific Fleet would give us John Crace as an admiral, gives us a faction initiative point, and a 20% ship repair speed. Right, this is what I was talking about earlier with Perth becoming the repair place. This is kind of representing that. After the fall of Singapore, Perth became the main repair station for Allied fleets in the Southeast Pacific. This also gives us naval bases in South Wales, New South Wales and Bismarck. All dressed up, gives us cheaper infantry equipment, support equipment, towed artillery, and also military factories, which would honestly go really well with Bradmill. And then overseas loyalty gives us even more division attack on non-core, and also Horace Robertson for yet another expeditionary leader. It would also make... no, Bring on the Giant's already available if we're independent. And then we would need to decide who we want to have win the next election. At which point it would then basically be between, do we want Curtin or do we want Menzies for the final echelon. Right, what are the downsides? Yes, there are downsides. Listed focuses will become available, however, the time it takes them to do is going to be increased by 15 days. So yes, these will be available, but they'll be 50 days instead of 35. That'll be an 85, 85, 50. And it will also cost us 150 political power. This is really nicely scripted. This wasn't me, this was Punch Ruler. I like it. Right, new poll. So, do we want a government on national unity? Do we want national unity or do we want a single party? Get your votes in! Vote, vote, vote! What would you like to see us do? Hey Fraser. Did another game yesterday as Australia became independent, then the leader of the Allies immediately booted the UK out and invaded them from Yanmayan. Okay, that's funny. Get your votes in. National unity or single party? Everyone gets a vote. Some get more votes than others. Hey, KO. Oh, for fuck's sake. Parcel is held at customs. Have to pay additional import duties. God damn it, Sweden. This is my hat! It got held up. Oh no, it only arrived today at Arlanda. Okay, so how do I pay the customs? I think this is something you have to go to their website for. It's very annoying. And they will hold it until you pay. Which means it's going to be even more delayed now. God damn it. And I'm fairly sure I paid customs when I bought the thing. Clearly not enough. I mean, Sweden is notoriously greedy when it comes to customs import tariffs. Sounds like extortion. It is. It is 100% extortion. Okay, so the government of national unity has been selected with a whopping 93% of the vote. Fraser contributing 9,000 channel points. Thank you for that, Fraser. So yes, we're going to form the national unity government. Boom. The button has been pressed and we now have access to the British War Cabinet, solidarity by the Empire, no foreign battlefields, and until the tide of battle swings. We can currently do pleading Britain, but if we get independence we can bring on the Giant. Or, at the next election, if we choose Menzies, then we can do ultimate overseas duty and inevitably independent. But we have a little bit of time before we decide that. Convoy escorts gaining some experience. Oh, it was line of battle. Oh, from the faction. Nice. Right. I would almost certainly be able to push these Germans out if I actually had air superiority over there. Or, you know, any air support. But Castle Crumbles is gone. Oh, right. Cabinet crisis. Because he was elected again. He never lost that trait. So yes, he was re-elected, but the cabinet really doesn't like him. So we kind of want Menzies back in 3 years. Angry Snooky, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Good to have you joining us. And Virio, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Maharo coming in with a 91-month free subscription. Thank you very much for the ongoing support there, Maharo. And then 0.45 PC, thanks for the follow. I think I acknowledged that one already, though. No post-nor, the tax handling fee is probably going to be more than tax itself. Oh, it will be. Like, this is 100% a racket just to make money. It happens every time you import something into Sweden, which is why I very rarely do it. And joke's on them, because it just means I don't buy other stuff. It's not that I buy Swedish instead. I just don't buy anything. Commonwealth Air Corporation is done. I think I'm going to continue down that path to get the government aircraft factories. No, I wanted the research buff. This one. I want aerial defense. So I can get the 1944 planes as soon as possible. If we cannot afford, as we cannot, a floating navy equal to that of the world power, it is yet within our means to sustain a aerial fleet equal to any that can be brought against us. And we also got another buff here, so we can either get the 5% ground attack up, agility down, air attack up, speed and agility, or air attack, ground attack, naval attack, and air defense. I'm thinking probably the heavier airframe here. Because we're multi-role, we do a bit of everything. Yeah, let's do that. Let's turn you down to being careful in your offensives. Let's see if you can push anything. Improved artillery upgrade is done. Well, give me even bigger boomsticks, please and thank you. Where did I get the hat from? The only place that's selling them. Australia. Italy declared war on Greece. Oh, we're winning down here. These ones being taxed into the mountains, I think we're just going to continually struggle. Unless we manage to take, for example, Stavanger. We can take Skien, that should help. So I think it is a supply hub. The tile next to it is a supply hub. Interesting. But this is attacking just into the woods, not into the mountains. So maybe I tell you lot to stop attacking because you're just wasting resources. Meanwhile, gun mass production. Yes, please. And... we just got improved gun stuff. I would very much like to have increased recon kills. It would actually behoove us to get helicopters. No, because the war carriers is specifically for support companies. Sorry, for logistics companies. It does not affect air logistics. But that's okay. We can still use land logistics for that. And then air recon and air evac. Do I want to use helicopters? I do have a air scientist. As a really low priority thing, let's do it. Oslo Harbour, cold morning. British officer meets an Australian expeditionary soldier. British. Did you come here to die? Australian. No, mate. I came here yesterday. Oh, that made me laugh way more than it probably should have. Did you come here today? No, I came here yesterday. No, very good. I've lost 54. Really? Wow. I've lost way more people than I realised. Can I deploy planes over here yet? Yes, I can! Ha ha! Feel some Australian air superiority! Ha 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 ha! Marvellous. In that case, keep attacking here, because we'll just whittle them down, just using air power. Any Aussie planes? That's German. Let's check. There's the aerial air defense, so we can now start researching the better aircraft. Solidarity by the Empire would give us the extra war support, gets us up to 77. We could then get World Trade, upgrade Brad Mill, and then replace these. Kind of think I probably will eventually want big Australian, although so far resources really have not been an issue for us. That's because we haven't gone very heavy on the naval side. War cabinet. Oh no, we want overseas loyalties for the extra troop buffs and all dressed up as well. Autonomy would be nice as well, but we're gaining autonomy just from fighting a lot. So yeah, let's take the British war cabinet. War has broken out, and the United Kingdom has formed a war cabinet to ensure the efficient conduct of the Allied war effort. They have summoned us to share our views on the matter too, and so the Prime Minister will depart to represent Australian interests. Yeah, we have 0 manpower, but we also have no political power to change that. That HQ is getting rather beaten up. Alright, fine, I'll stop attacking. We'll just use our air power defensively to hopefully just do a ton of damage to them when they do come in. Oh, their plane's in, but we're not. Let's spread you out a little bit. Because, yeah, we are going to need to try and get some manpower back. Oh, I am. Oh, right, Lysac, because we're researching point 2. Yeah, stop being researched, fair enough. Military factory. What do we need? Oh, we need a lot of support equipment. So I'm once again short on aluminium. It's because the Dutch are underselling what they owe me. How could they do that? Let's buy from the United States of America in that case. And let's get some more planes going. Name a more iconic duo, Mordred and low manpower. Yeah, that's true. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Mordred and the Navy. You're also not wrong. I am so angry about this hat. Because now I think I'm going to have to actually wait for the paperwork to arrive because I don't seem able to do this via my phone. Actually, I can probably log into the PostNord's website. I'll do that between streams. Yugoslavia has capitulated. Oh, they're attacking Greece now. I kind of want to fight there. I feel like we've got a pretty good handle on this area. So I'm going to move the yellows to fight in Greece. And hopefully this doesn't doom the entire Norwegian front. Although it looks like the Norwegians are actually doing a pretty good job of beefing up their own defences and things. Why are we on the dangerous route? Good hospital too, that should help. Reliability down, but production resource need down, or production efficiency gap up, resource need up. Hi, I'm Australia. Resources are not a problem. Take the engineers. No, I'll take the logistics company, please and thank you. Although this is going to mean that I am absolutely going to need to increase the amount of support equipment I'm producing. So let's do that. And because Greece is under active attack right now, let's move the entire air force down here. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. We have arrived. If I leave Norway, how much are people willing to bet that the Allies will leave too? Well, it's only so far me and Norway here, although yes, Norway is immediately being pushed. I mean, if it comes down to it, I'm actually kind of happy to establish a defensive line around Trondheim, and I don't think they'd be able to push through that. I just hope I get here in time to... Your entire army's been surrounded, and you have no way out. There's the British War Cabinet. Next up, we're going to do overseas loyalties. We shall continue our contribution to overseas wars, proving anew that no territory is foreign to Australian soldiers. Wars do not happen to us, we happen to them. Oh, you're sailing through the Med. Hey, that's going to be a bit scary. War in South America. Oh, thank God, you got a man there. And you've been cut off up there as well. This is a disaster for Greece. Unless I can push up here and bail you guys out, but I don't think that's going to happen. I can try.
All set.
If I can get that, I'll be very happy. think what I'll need to do is stop office plan and then maybe a force attack. Time is not on our side. Staff office. And our air force is now based in Crete, but we're still in range, so it's fine.
Let's go.
And then T3 artillery, I would say, is a little bit beyond us at the moment. Let's get the engineers.
Let's go.
Can we punch through? It's not looking good. Especially as their air force is protecting them and ours is not. But damn it, we're going to flipping hell, Germany. Germany has sensed the weakness. Yeah, I don't think there is any way of saving those guys, unfortunately. And their air force is bombing the crap out of us because we have no air base here. Their base is right there. Ah! If only we'd been a little bit quicker. Meanwhile, over here, need to be a bit careful with you. You may actually get surrounded. Alright, we have positive political power again. After overseas loyalty, I think I've got to do some more of the populated parish stuff. Just to get some more manpower. That should help quite a lot. But as you can see, manpower is definitely a problem that you need to contend with. Radio. Norway has horrendous out-of-date military debuffs, so honestly, if you pull one expeditionary force, you pull both. I think I'll be alright. Like I said, if it comes down to it, I'll just defend the neck around Trondheim, and then I don't think they can take us. It kind of looks like we've stabilised, in fact. We have more troops coming in, but they should more or less abandon this area. If we lose Bergen, that would admittedly be quite bad for the supply situation up here, but 3 divisions defending that I think is probably okay. And we've taken the supply hub here, so we have supply and they don't. They're actually attacking us. Shooting their planes down. Call to arms from the UK. So, against Iraq. There's overseas loyalty. Okay, let's get populated parish. When the Great Depression struck, birth rates declined rapidly and have ever since struggled to recover. In the purpose of continued domestic development, we shall establish a federal Department of Immigration to conduct and oversee a new immigration program. Okay. We're going to continue just to push against them, but that's fine. We're going to be cycling troops in and out. I don't foresee us actually losing here. And I think that they're going to just take a lot of damage. The planes are doing more than ours. Can I build air bases on friendly territory? Oh, I totally can. Priority. Vichy and Siam has made peace. Siam and the Lebanese Republic, Syria have all made peace as well. signals company. Do I want signals? Is there anything I want more? Yes, I want constant hitting machines. Listen, thank you. Oh, you're right, it is there. Alright, logistics 2. Ah, they fortified it. You sods! You saw what I was doing. Production output. Yes, definitely. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Yeah, my political power generation has definitely been stymied somewhat. We're being pushed back. I am 40,000 men short. Good lord. I might actually lose this position. We have an airbase. Unfortunately, they have a lot more planes. So there we go, there's the Aussie ones. You can see that we're actually present now. Meanwhile, how much damage have we done to these guys? Not even in the kill list. Second against Germany. Because of our efforts up here. Ivan McKay was captured? What? Ah! Alright, next! Wooten Robertson's tank commander. Don't really need a tank commander. Let's go for Wooten. Okay, so... must have been overrun. That's the danger of having troops fighting on the front line. He was also one of my best generals, so not ideal. Captured commanders. Yeah, Ivan McKay is level 3. He's being held in Hamburg. Couldn't rescue him even if I wanted to. Oh, I never got one of these. Whoops. Let's go maneuver and coordination. Have you leveled up much? Yeah. Well, no, actually, no, I don't think you have. Leave you as is. Right, and I need you to actually deploy a HQ over here. I'm still going to have you fighting on the front line. Desperate times call for desperate measures. It does leave me a little afraid for Vasey, so I'm going to make you stand behind the line. Nope, we just lost. Okay, this is a little bit more of a concern now. Don't counterattack, we won't gain anything. Summons the British War Cabinet. The United Kingdom summons the Australian Prime Minister to the British War Cabinet. The world situation is dire, prompting Britain to seek common strategies and military cooperation with its allies. However, Australia has its own concerns. Can we spare some of the Prime Minister's time in order to please the British? Yes, I think we can. So, stability, political power gain, war support. Although this will mean that the ALP loses some votes. We'll send him over. So this is a good point. We should take a closer look at whether we want pleading Britain, bring on the giant, or ultimate overseas duty, inevitably independent. So these 2 require us to be independent. Australian military forces get more on core territory, less on non-core. Bring on the Giant gives convoys from the US, and they're more likely to send us lend-leases. I haven't been accepting them because I don't really want to defend them. Conscription at last is more core defense. Research bonus for infantry and support equipment. Wartime alliance with the US, but that's going to be very soon. They join us anyway. Faction point for the Allies. We gain more faction influence. Training initiative. Army, Navy, and air experience gain. Ah, yeah. Dominion of Indonesia becomes an Australian puppet rather than Dutch. So we could get Indonesia if we do this. Demand resources. We can demand access rights to like Malayan rubber. Reclaim lost territory. New Zealand. Or we can do Pleading Britain, which will give us war angst, and while that is active we lose 30 stability. But this will let us get reinforcements, which is weekly stability for 60 days. However, the Prime Minister's nerves start decreasing, and that can mean that you lose him. Ending overseas conscription is again core defense, not overseas. I want the overseas stuff. An uncle for father figure is stability, gives us fighters, tac bombers, and light tanks. Then we endured gives us a 15 war support bonus. So if we do all of those, we get this. Or we can do the 7 million Britishers, which does give us the attack and defense of non-core. Oh, excuse me. Right. Yeah, it's the opposite. So 7 million Britishers gives you a smaller version of these bonuses. So if we haven't done reinforcements, then Papua gets a couple of defences, just not the whole shebang. If we've not done overseas conscription, then we get the overseas non-core territory buffs as opposed to the core territory buffs. And if we've not done an uncle for father figure, we get the HMAS Melbourne, which is a carrier. And then fight, work or perish gives us military factory and dockyards construction speed. Alternatively, ultimate... Oh, and this will also allow us to do under the rule of Canberra. Solomon Islands become owned and controlled by Australia. We annex Malaya and Burma if they accept. Taking the helm, Pacific Fleet gets dockyard output, ship repair speed, dockyard construction speed, and a naval headquarters in Papua. And then change of authority. Local manpower in Nauru, factories, resistance to target, resistance to decay speed, and compliance growth speed. We become the leader of the Allies, because our Prime Minister is also the Prime Minister of Britain. And New South Wales will get a naval engineering facility. Or the ultimate overseas duty. The United Kingdom gets Robert Menzies as leader. Oh, sorry, that's overseas duty. Pleading Britain is still cut. So Menzies can become the PM of Britain and of Australia. We become an associated dominion as opposed to a regular dominion, which means we can now declare wars, we can decline call to arms, and we no longer transfer peace score to the Overlord, we keep it all ourselves. Billy Hughes becomes our Prime Minister, so that's how you get Billy Hughes. Australian Command. You get 10 units in Papua. We get a new Chief of Air Force, a new Chief of Navy, and Crutchley becomes an Admiral. Eastern Focus. This is a declaration of war against Japan, so we can basically do that early. And then non-core. I think what we want to do is ultimate overseas duty. So in the next election, we actually want the UAP to win, probably. But actually, said no to becoming a state. Initially you did. This is asking you again. Because you still have the right to hold the referendum. And you still have the right to join Australia as a state without Australia being able to say no. Did we ever hold the poll on whether it should be UAP or ALP. I don't think we did, so we should do that now. No, we did not. Okay, so which way are we going to go? United Australia Party or Labour without the U Party. Again, the difference is if we go Labour, then we get Pleading Britain as it is now, or Bring on the Giant if we get independence, which we will. Or if we go UAP, Ultimate Overseas Duty if we remain a puppet, or inevitably independent if we are independent. The other difference is John Curtin, if we stay with ALP at the moment, does have this cabinet crisis penalty, which is kind of hurting our political power gain. Whereas Menzies does not have that penalty because Menzies' cabinet has not collapsed. So get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. Who do you think we should go for, ALP or UAP? These are our more modern planes. These are the, what Wirraways, the... Woomeras, that. They're still using biplanes. Oh, Italy. Destroyer sub-detection, very nice. Meanwhile, how's it going on over here? Bergen is actually being beefed up, although we've lost the airbase in Bergen, which is unfortunate. I really need manpower. Come on, populated parish, let's go! A little bit concerned by how low the organisation here is getting. Okay, we've got Field Hospital. We can go ahead of time, and I think we probably should, but this one specifically. Get some more of that trickle back going. Yeah, I was afraid you guys would be running to Chalkis. But you guys are going to get a lot of experience, so that's nice. Because these attacks are unrelenting. Didn't you want to start the 44th fuselage and engine? Yeah, but we're still way ahead of 482 days is still too long. I want that to be about 300. So, soon, but not yet. Well, Norway is holding. Greece, for the time being, is holding. So what I might do, shift you over here. And get one of the weakest units instead of you and move you here. There we go, populated parish is done. I think we are going to want to do a recruitment drive. We're going to double down on just getting more manpower. The weak will of previous governments, as well as their excessive reliance on Britain, have resulted in a long period of neglect of Australia's armed forces. This shall no longer stand, as we launch a campaign to drive recruitment to the Australian Defence Force. I think the next thing I want to do is move you out and move you in. Oh, we've got the own guns now. You can see the magazine sticking out there at the top. Now they're letting us actually dig in, which is not good for them. Although we are starting to use more and more fuel. Air wings are actually maxed out. I'm going to hold off on getting another one. We are using ground crews for the extra efficiency. Good. How is this battle actually looking? We are actually shooting down a lot of planes. I mean, this is a brutal battle going on right now. But we are definitely doing damage, considering how outnumbered we are. Okay, we have just got, I think that was assembly line production. That's less than a year. These are all less than a year. Let's go for the Electrolux. Anyway, how did that vote go? Oh, overwhelmingly. 10% of the vote for Labour, 90% for the UAP. So UAP it is. UAP is what we're going to go for in the next election. So it is going to be ultimate overseas duty or inevitably independence, depending on how things are looking at that point. Although considering we're now at 800 out of 1,000 towards independence, although we are still going to need the 300 political power required to do this. That's going to be painful. We also need another chief of army and also a political advisor. How's all Blaney doing? Blaney doing good. May 1941. I mean, this is all holding out before Barbarossa. Once Barbarossa goes, a lot of these German units that we are currently having to contend with will disappear. You guys are regaining strength as manpower is coming in. Good. We have big surplus of support equipment now, surprisingly. So let's go ahead and get these logistics companies in. Can I also afford more artillery? Not really, still. So let's go ahead and accept this. We are going to reduce the amount of support equipment we're now producing to maybe 3. We'll do 2 of those, and the rest are going to be aircraft. Now I'm short on steel. It's happened. How's Vasey doing? Level 3. Very nearly level 4. Does Vasey have a obstacle? No, he doesn't. Germany has declared war on the Soviet Union. The Finnish continuation war has also sparked off. So now I am hoping to see a bunch of these guys leave. The non-aggression pact between Germany and the Soviet Union, a surprising development to begin with, it's now less surprisingly fallen apart. Germany has attacked, breaking the pact, and returned to... You know, I totally forgot about Italy and Africa. We never fought in North Africa. Germany has attacked, breaking the pact, and returned once again to openly speaking of the Soviet Union as a menace that must be faced for their visions of the future to become a reality. We are now 3rd in terms of Italians killed and still 2nd in terms of Germans. We are very nearly 1st. The French are ahead of us by like 6,000. I'm going to try and push south because again this is where that supply hub is. If we can take that, then we're denying it to the Germans here. Yeah, you guys have taken a lot of damage, hence the experience losses. You guys have had a much better time of it, although Vasey's HQ is rather badly damaged, but you had to replace a bunch of your troops. Yeah, I remember how weak Vasey was. I wonder if that's just what happened to Mackay. His HQ just went down to 0 manpower, which is entirely possible. I wonder if I can counterattack the Italians. Actually, yeah, their air force is gone. We now have superiority here. And you know what that means? That means I'm going to want to establish you... Oh, God damn it! Couldn't build an air force even if I wanted to. But recruitment drive is almost done. That's going to be another 1%, so that's nice. There's logistics 2. May as well logistics 3. No, let's go engineer 3. Get some more of that entrenchment. Advanced radio. Wow, we do so much more damage than you do. There's recruitment drive. Awesome! Okay, so... Women's Armed Services, which could give us another 5% recruitable pop. New deal would be stability. Or all dressed up is just cheaper equipment. The equipment's not that much of a problem for us right now. War carriers we should do, because we have the logistics company now. And you get this. And then war carriers gives us... Oh, 2 next researchers. No? Cancel. We'll go for recon instead. And then we'll get war carriers. Logistics win wars, and much of the terrain of Australia operates in is poorly suited to the conventional transport, such as trucks or trains. Instead, we should rely on local manpower, well adapted to the conditions and familiar with hidden paths and shortcuts. And this is actually a reference to the, excuse the language, but Fuzzy Wuzzy Angels, which fought in, well not fought in, but they supported the Australian and Allied efforts in Kokoda. Actually, they did fight as well. This was another of the things from the ethics forum that we did. Like, do we call them the Fuzzy Wuzzy Angels? This might just be my British sensitivities, but Fuzzy Wuzzy is not an okay term nowadays. So we went with war carriers instead. But that is who it represents. Support equipment, production efficiency gain. Yes, please. Happy. Hey. Ugh. Happy Saturday indeed. That's a good point. Now that we've got some more logistics companies and things, can we change what we have as HQ? Yes, logistics and service staff. Reduces fuel usage. We don't really use fuel. General max army size +2. I had forgotten about that. So we could actually go up to 8-man expeditionaries. Now that is tempting. Maybe instead of the reconnaissance staff. Yeah, let's do that. Interesting idea. My gosh, we are actually winning here. Is this because of their power? Nope. We're just really strong. There we go, we pushed them back. Now let's get that air base and then try to establish the front line up here around Larissa. These Italian units are so organized. Units don't have that much organisation. 48 max. Be pretty happy once we've taken Larissa. Unfortunately, way too late to save any of the Greeks that were captured there. But at least we have retaken it. We have also retaken this airbase, so I can stop using this. Start using this. Summons the British War Cabinet. Yes, off we go. That happens, I think, 3 times, then you get a permanent bonus. Alright, let's halt your offensive, because you've done really well. You've gained a new trait, so either infantry expert or ambusher. I think you guys are usually more aggressive, so we'll go for that. And you are also an infantry specialist, and yes, Vazy, I think I will take that. Your planning prep is still good, so let's go. You're still attacking, but you're not attacking. Because we're paused. Modify government is available, so we could get a new political advisor or chief of army. What I really need at this point is extensive conscription. Like, we have to save for that. Although at this point, I think I could get women in the workforce and total mobilization if I ever got to 250 political power. Japan and Siam have signed a white peace. So Japan, I think, has just taken northern... No, right, this is the short war the two did have before Siam joined CoPro. They initially said no, Japan said okay, we'll invade you. Siam went, no you won't, and then Japan invaded them. So then they joined CoPro. A lot of back and forthing here. That is not an attack I want to send. Stop it. Wait, you took it? Alright. These guys are a bit more dug in, plus mountain. Plus, now my planes are doing a thing. That's nice. Oh, they're counter-attacking us. They were taking losses there. Mistakes were made. We have manpower again. So let's go ahead and launch 2 air wings here. Put them on close air support. Right, are you on close air? No, you're not in your superiority. Duh! That's why we're not supporting. Dumbass. Okay, now we should have overwhelming air support. Yeah, we do. God damn it. Mistakes were made. Right, let's attack here. Support. And support, and we'll just use our planes to just bludgeon these. There we go, look at that. Immediately seeing their effects. That explains why I wasn't getting them. You mean 550 political power, you also need 300 for independence. Yeah, that's true. There we go. Alright, the last bit I need to take is this. Lazy steps up. Yeah, now the Air Force is doing their thing. Attack and support. Oh, just got pound them into oblivion. War carriers done. Lovely. So we should now have very little resource use, supply use. Anzac Spirit. The Australian and New Zealand Army Corps earned a formidable reputation during the Great War, expanding great efforts and much blood in pursuit of victory for the Empire. Their qualities were evident to all: endurance, courage, ingenuity, and good humour, combined with a casual defiance in the face of danger and hardship. Guarding Larissa. They pushed us back once too often now. Field Hospital. Nice. Yeah, 55 manpower. Now I can get another 4 expeditionaries. Fortunately, they are quite expensive. But we are still recruiting more, so this is fine. I don't need lend these from you, the Soviets. Thank you. So far, you seem to be holding quite well. I think just because I was going to say the damage we've done to the Germans, but I don't know if that's necessarily true. We are still second, although the Soviets are easily first. Wooten was wounded. That's not good. That also means you're probably on the front line. Yeah, you still are. However, you guys have actually pushed out of Bergen, which is fantastic. And now that we are getting air support here, we're getting a lot of air support. Oh! Special Projects was done. We actually blitzed through our construction queue. Crikey. More mills in that case. Hungarian reintegration. Alright, so we are going to assign... Radar would be nice. Let's go with Piddington. We already have 2 air breakthroughs. So we can immediately go for helicopters. And then once we have the next breakthrough, we can do radar. Let's do that. Let's go! Love watching the game, but I can't get into it when I'm playing. I'm overwhelmed and you give up. That's unfortunate. Slow the game down would be my suggestion in that case. You guys are clearly pushing them back to the sea, so let's help them. I'm gonna need some more fuel. I'm just gonna need a lot more resources. Whoa, don't do that. I have some purchasing to do. Thank you, America. Oh. Buying steel just feels bad. Alright, New Zealand, I'll buy yours. But that's because we're now actually building destroyers. How's the destroyer fleet looking? Oh, we have 10 already. Sweet. Let's do this. Let's make sure that you are escort 10 and automatic split off. And you should be automatically assigned to protect the areas that you are currently protecting, which is awesome. Yeah, good. Carry on. A little bit more support attacking this spot would be nice. Reinforcing. Now we can try and get an offensive going against Kristiansand. Are you still wounded? Yes, that is unfortunate. Assassination of Trotsky. Germans are pushing. Empire of Japan declared war on Indonesia. Uh-oh. Wasn't quite ready for that one. Well, the... I think I might need to send Vasey back to Southeast Asia to help fight over there. Because Burma's going to be fighting against Siam, that's fine. For the moment, I'm not going to worry too much about it. If the Dutch East Indies start suffering really badly, then I'm going to rush back and try and protect them. In the meantime, this is basically putting a rush order on getting you guys. What I might do is I might switch 2 of you guys over to the Norwegian front, because if I can close the Norwegian front, then we're in quite a good spot. And I don't really need a full expeditionary force in Greece right now. I just don't. No, because this is all blocked out. No, let's unblock the med. Unfortunately, you're still going to sail in stupid places.
All set.
But if I reset your order now to go to Trondheim, you will in fact keep that in mind. Good. Where's the other one? That'd be you.
Let's go.
Japan declared war on the United States. The United States joined the Allies. Meanwhile, my boats are getting better. You're also going to Trondheim. Perfect. Alright. Back. Have a faction research sharing bonus of 30%. Nice. We're going to abandon the north of this area. As long as Bergen is held out, the real danger is Stavanger and Kristiansand. This is a non-factor. Because they're going to be so hideously out of supply. So what I'd like to do is just reposition my units around this area and then push them to the sea. The United States has called Ireland into the war. Vasey was wounded.
Listen up.
How? I'm not in the fight. Yes. Wait. Chinese? What's going on? Oh, is that the reorganized government of China? Yes, it is. Okay. Whew, I thought we were at war with China proper. That would not have been ideal.
Boys, listen up.
7 out of 8. Oh, we're back to 8. What can give you a temporary -1? Sure. Yes. We have a lot of these that I can choose. Naval refit yards for sure. Anti-aircraft cart, no. Scouting force, maybe. Brave commanders, no. Decisive battle, no. Efficient communications, maybe. I think scouting force is the one that we want for you. And then in terms of air power, air accident chance reduction is super nice. And then here, ground attack factor. Air support mission efficiency plus 25%. Air power projection factor. What the hell is air power projection factor? I don't know! Boost the stats of missions done in aircraft not in that airbase zone. Huh. Okay, that's kind of cool. But no, in that case we want continuous strike. Just more air support. More bigger booms. I'm going to leave my air force down here, helping the Greeks. I think that's going to be totally fine. Wooten is moving around. Still injured for how long? Another month?
Good to go.
So in that time we can't use any of your abilities. But I think that's going to be okay, because we should have a pretty mean attack here. Successful contribution to the British War Cabinet. Over the past year, the Australian Prime Minister has regularly attended the British War Cabinet. Although the Dominion of Australia itself has had to pay the price at times, our nation has grown stronger through British military cooperation. So even though this says stability 0%, that's actually removing a penalty. Yeah, that stability -9 now becomes 0. So we now just get a bonus, a permanent bonus of 11 war support and 11 political power. Which is quite nice. Meanwhile, Anzac Spirit is done. I think it's now time for Larrikinism. Defined as an uncultivated, rowdy, but good-hearted person, Larrikinism has come to embody the Australian culture. Rugged endurance, irreverence towards authority, and good human defiance in the face of danger. Australian soldiers earned a reputation in the Great War for facing hardship with resilience and taking it all in stride. That's what we're going to grab. Right, 150 political power. It is time for extensive conscription. Go. Now I can hopefully actually embiggen my army. You really want me to rename my... Fine. Bootleggers. Done. Not going to do that every time though, KO. Right. You guys are still on the offensive. Your offensive has halted somewhat. I think just because you're shuffling troops. We take this, we get a supply hub. So I'm going to tell you to support, so we take that more aggressively. The Norwegians themselves are actually pushing ahead. You guys are actually in serious danger of being cut off. I am okay with this situation. We've taken it. The supply hub's ours. Let's have you push forwards. Let's have you push forwards. And let's get us around up here. Meanwhile, how's Southeast Asia looking? Fine. They haven't even taken the Philippines yet. Cool. Greece? Stable. Wait, Greece, do you have planet trips? You don't. Should. Let's say if we took Thessaloniki and got it to, say, there. That'd be nice. They got there before you, so be it. All infantry recovery rates, infantry gun, soft attack and organisation. Now get up to 50 org. Right, we also have these. Spirit of Division Command. We don't have that. We don't have that. We don't have that. We could do that. I think smoke and fire is the way to go. Although, I also need to get the sub-doctrine for artillery. Still need to do it. Ah, the reinforcements have just arrived. Perfect. I was wondering where they were. Okay, so we'll halt your attack. My man is injured for another day. We have some command power saved up. Although, actually, one thing, we are lacking command power because we have no chief of the army. We do need one. Philippines have now capitulated. The fall of Manila has occurred. That, meanwhile, is empty. So we have successfully pocketed this. Wow, we got it back. Meanwhile, Larrikinism is done. Let's get diggers. We want to get down to no worries. Actually, we want non-core attack. We also want the American upgrades. You know what? Solidarity by the Empire and then the Australian War Cabinet for the max planning. And also the daily command power gain and also the command power increase. Let's go for that. Up to this point, the British Empire has guided us through war and peace, both. We shall continue to value its counsel and collaborate in the preparation for potential conflicts. That's a lot of men. They are abandoning this pocket. That is a real opportunity lost. So we now have sufficient troops here that we may actually push them. Especially because we have air superiority. Oh man! Our... Our plane's good. Our plane's very good. Meanwhile, another technology. This was... Logistics company. Yes, we have a 50% bonus from war carriers, so let's grab that. Oh, Cass are absolutely mauling them. Let's start another general offensive just to add even more pressure. Northern Islands. Oh, right, they released those countries here. Okay. Cut off. Once more achieved.
Let's go.
And there's the Electrolux. Let's start producing those. Interestingly enough, the Electrolux is the same company that makes modern fridges and washing machines and dishwashers and stuff like that. Same company. They started out as an arms manufacturer that changed to compliances. I could get a lot more planes, and I probably should. Let's get some more guns and line too. Next up, drum pattern sight. Let's get some more defences. And let's also grab you. There aren't. We've taken Stavanger. Now we just need to hold it. Tenacious convoy defense for the battleship upgrade. Mexico's in the war. Welcome to the fray.
Let's go.
How's Basie doing? Basie good. Liberia has joined the Allies. Still not crystalline sand. Crystalline sand I'd really like to try to get. Meanwhile, some of the Americans are beginning to arrive. That's good. Good, oh? We're down 7 again. Why does that keep happening? It was only for a second there. Anyway, I have 2 more fighters for CAS that I could deploy somewhere. I'm thinking probably Siam would be or Burma would be a good shout. We're easily in range. Let's not do that. Let's actually turn that off in all of these locations so I can actually get some of this command power back. Don't need the extra. And let's move you back to close now instead of on the line. So hopefully you don't get shot again. Oh shit, don't do that. Kill. Why? Why does that keep going down? Right. We have got engineers. Lovely. That is now less than a year. Let's get the T4 planes. Let's go advanced. Production output versus research bonus. I'll take the production output. But I should basically never have problems with support equipment again. No, we have a lot. And in fact, we have a lot of artillery. Yeah! 28 combat width. Let's go! Lacking trucks. Yeah. Should probably buy some more of those. Also, more stuff in general. I will buy more steel from you. I will buy way less from you. Oh, that's because it's being intercepted by the Japanese. Yes, that's a problem. Continue buying from you. I will rejig that line in a minute. Buying from New Zealand should still be safe. So that was Malaya. Yeah, you're being accepted here. I think in that case it's probably time for you to head over here. And please, low risk. You are going to run into Japanese navies over there otherwise. The outskirts of Kristiansand. CAS Yes, the amount of damage they're doing. It's delicious. I would very much like to have T4 engines, please and thank you. Not bad for 1942. And time for those. So you know what? We need steel, so let's get it's going to say evacuation. Excavation, that's the word. And you lot, right, trucks. I was going to see if I could purchase some of those perchance. Or actually, America! Can I please have trucks, please? Thank you. Much better. Do need to be careful that we don't give these territories up, because yes, they are quite desperate to get out of that pocket. Looks like the Norwegians are putting up more of a fight. Have you got rid of that terrible army penalty? Nope, still not. Guys, it's 1942. What are you doing? Guys are still going out of Oslo, that's fine. I mean, we're putting pressure on Kristiansand now, and I think I'd like to keep that pressure on a bit more. Solidarity by the Empire is done. Now let's get the Australian War Cabinet so I can get that plus 10% max planning. That would be very nice. You support this. It's green. They're being forced back. People reinforcing from those places will come in. We just need to keep the pressure on. Fortunately, as they're withdrawing, they're going into Kristiansand. But this whole area should just be alive with close air support, so they shouldn't be getting much of a reprieve. Meanwhile, we've got another trait. This is, Gloucester aircraft. So if I did want to go for fighter production, I think I just want to have as good fighters as I possibly can get. Although at the moment it doesn't look like anyone really has the air power to stop us. Okay. Now we just need to hold it. They have no port. Good. Good, good, good. Right. Finish them! The Soviets have declared war on the Imperial State of Iran. Cleared. Pop. 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 Boom! Okay, so theoretically I could send these guys away. You could be an army regrouping specialist. Recovery rate is quite nice. Is there anything I'd prefer you to have? Probably artillery specialist? I think we have one of those. Yeah, we do. We have an explosive. Right, so I guess the next thing I need to do is push you out of here. Which is just going to be a matter of cleanup. And then this army is available. I can either send them to Greece or further south. It looks like my destroyers are doing some work. As are the American ones. I'm second in kills against Germany. Let's go, Australia! Putin's very nearly a ranger. He's already level 4. He has kind of eclipsed McKay at this point. Daisy is already level 4. Right, so we got the War Cabinet. That's good. Next up, I think we'll get the Manpower Directive. Rational request. Right, this gives me Singapore. I don't know if I necessarily want that right now. Let's go for the government aircraft factories. Given our distance from Europe, we cannot rely on traditional sources of aircraft supply in wartime. It is therefore essential that we develop our own domestic manufacturing capabilities, allowing us to produce aircraft frames and engines of our own specifications. Furthermore, these 4 are actually ready for deployment now. So let's go ahead and do that. And send you to Daisy. Off you go. And I have plenty of manpower. So let's get another entire expeditionary force queued up. And political power has just hit 150. I think now I do want to try to get to the 250 so I can do total mobilization and women in the workforce. I can afford this now. So I just need another 100. You guys are in position, so let's go ahead and just do a staff office plan to get the planning prep. Seeing as you now have a 47% planning prep bonus. Looks like the Norwegians are punching these guys pretty hard anyway. That's true, 150 and I could become independent. That may be a better use. Alright, let's send these Germans home. Imperial State of Iran has joined the Axis. Good. I mean, not good. That's the Axis. That's not us. You're going to get punished for that. Maybe we'll go to Iran. Anyway, yeah. Norway. Done. Greece is stable. So that's 2 for 2. I mean, if we don't include Belgium and France. We started poorly, but both Norway and Greece have been secured. So I can send this expeditionary force elsewhere. We still have the Italian rats in Tobruk apparently, but I'm not going there. That is looking hideous in terms of supply. We could double down our troops in Greece to effectively open an allied front over there, but I think what I probably want to do is go and fight against Siam, although this is also going to be a supply hellhole. The other thing we could do is try to retake the Philippines. I don't know. Or Iran. Iran did just join the Axis. I think that's probably what we want to do, actually. Something like this. But that is going to have to do for now, because I am getting really hungry and I want my dinner. So thanks everyone for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this. If you have, be sure to hit that follow button so you get notifications when I'm live again in the future. Does Norway now love Australia and support Australia in the same way for the next few game years as a thanks? Probably, yes. Norway is going to send Australia a Christmas tree every year for Christmas. To stand in the centre of Sydney. A Norwegian Christmas tree. Oh, I love it. That is now canon, by the way. Anyway, thanks everyone for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this. If you have, be sure to hit that follow button to get notifications when I'm live again in the future. Which, don't panic, will be in an hour and 20 minutes. I'll be back again at 6 for some more Australian goodness. We are by no means done yet with this game. If you've really enjoyed this and you want to support the outside of Canberra, yeah, that's true. Canberra would be a better place for outside of Holland. If you've really enjoyed this, then do consider subscribing if you want to support the channel, or you can, of course, check out the Patreon at patreon.com/MordredViking. Don't forget to follow on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube. And yeah, I'll be back in just over an hour. I'm going to see who else is streaming at the moment. And we'll launch a raid. Who else is streaming? Hoy. Hertz of Iron Fur. Hertz of Iron Fur. Is anyone else doing Australia? No. There's very few people streaming this right now. Interesting. Oh wait, yes there is. And your title is in English, so I'm going to assume that this is an English-speaking channel. I think is in fact someone from Australia, potentially. So we're going to go and raid Starlax and Jezebel. So head on over there, say hello from Mordred Viking. I'd love to see his chat lit up by the Viking raid, which you can do by copying and pasting Viking raid. Once I've got that copy and paste thing up and running, then you can do it that way. Close some of these tabs, I have too many of them. Viking Ra. Viking Ra. Viking raid, just like that. Or if you are a subscriber, you can bring in the long ships just like that. Anyway, that's it for me for now. I'll be back in just over an hour. In the meantime, enjoy Starlax and Jezebel's stream, and I'll see you all later. Until then, bye-bye, everyone.
It's going to be all fucking freezing now, isn't it? Yeah, I know I'm at war with Russia. I'm at war with everybody, alright? This wasn't a smart decision.